Good morning, everyone, and I apologize for the delay. Thank you for joining us for the meeting of the Dental Hygiene Board of California. My name is Dr. Carmen Jones, and I'm the president of the board. Today is Friday, July 19, 2024, and we're commencing this meeting at 9:06 a.m. I would ask all of us to please turn all cell phones to silent to decrease interruptions. Additionally, when board members or staff are not speaking, please remember to mute the microphone to eliminate any interference or side dialogue. For those participating remotely, please log on to the WebEx website location provided on the posted agenda for this meeting. Instructions to connect to the meeting are provided with the meeting materials. The preferred audio connection is via telephone conference and not the microphone and speakers on your computer. The phone number and access code are provided as part of your connection to the meeting. The meeting is also being webcast at the DCA link provided in the agenda. There is no interaction through webcasting and is only for viewing purposes. This is an official business meeting of the Dental Hygiene Board of California. We will convene the full board to act upon the finalization of the board's 2024 to 2028 strategic plan. Following the full board meeting, we will commence two committee meetings, the Education Committee and the Legislation and Regulatory Committee. Once the committee meetings begin, we will proceed through the items as listed on each committee agenda. However, the chairs have the discretion to take items out of order if warranted. We have worked in scheduled breaks at 10:30, that's a 15-minute break, from 12 to 1 for lunch, and at 2 o'clock for another 15-minute break. If needed for relief time, there will also be a short break in between each committee meeting to provide staff time to set up. The board welcomes public comments on any items on the agenda, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comment prior to the board acting on any agenda item. However, the board asks that public comments pertain to the current agenda items only as it's being discussed during the meeting. Public comment is not intended to initiate discussion on the topic or topics not related to the agenda item, but an opportunity for the public to express their opinion for the board's consideration. Questions asked during the public comment may or may not be answered at the board's discretion, especially if the question pertains to an item not on the agenda where the board may not discuss it. The board does provide an opportunity for the public to comment on anything that is not on the meeting agenda, which is normally agenda item 2. I would now like to ask the DCA moderator to please explain how public comments will be taken during the WebEx meeting. DCA moderator?
Thank you. This is the moderator of the meeting. To facilitate public comment, we will be utilizing the WebEx question and answer feature. When the board reaches a point in the agenda at which public comment is appropriate, the question and answer feature will be turned on and members of the public will indicate they would like to make a comment by inserting the phrase, "I would like to make a comment," in the question box, which is typically in the lower right of the screen. Please limit your comments to the current agenda item, as the board has provided an opportunity for public to comment on items not on the agenda, which is agenda item 2. I will then call on the individual and give them permission to unmute their microphone. The individual will have 2 minutes to make their comments. With 15 seconds remaining, I will announce that this amount of time remains for the comment. At the conclusion of the 2 minutes, the individual's microphone will be muted, and we will move on to the next member of the public who has requested to comment. To conserve board meeting time, we ask speakers to remain on topic, and if the public comment agrees with the previous comment, the board requests the commenter to simply state, "I support what has already been stated." Please note that the question and answer feature is being used only as a method for members of the public to request to make a verbal statement. This is not a means to ask questions of the moderator, members of the board, or board staff, or initiate a discussion, as such inquiries submitted using this feature will not be answered. While you are free to express criticism or your point of view, for the public members participating on the call, please do not use profane language when making comments to the board. I will provide a brief reminder of this process at the start of each public comment item. Finally, when the board meeting commences, I would like to remind WebEx participants to mute their microphone. If I detect background noise during the meeting as a result of unmuted microphones, I will interject with a brief friendly reminder. We can now commence the meeting, and I return control of the meeting back to the president.
Thank you, moderator. One last announcement is that the board members Sonia Pat Hansen, Dr. Sridevi Panala, and Nalini Lali Tribble Agarwal are excused from today's meeting. Executive Officer Anthony Lum is also absent and excused for today's meeting. He will be present tomorrow in lieu of his absence. In lieu of his absence, Enforcement Manager Albert Law is present. Prior to the start of the meeting, Enforcement Manager Albert Law has an announcement to make regarding the meeting and logistics within the building for safety and the restroom locations.
Hi, good morning, everyone. For logistical purposes, in case of an evacuation, please proceed to the exit doors located at the back of the room where you enter from. And from there, you will proceed past the security station and out the glass door to the parking lot, or there's also another emergency exit to my left, right over there. And for restrooms, the men's restroom are located at the back door, straight down the hall. For the women's restroom, it is located through the glass door across the security guard atrium on the far side through the second glass doors. If anyone have any questions or need any assistance, please let one of our staff member know. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to call the meeting to order now, and the time is 9:13 a.m. And I would ask board staff Crystal Uyama to please call the roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Carmen Jones,
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen, absent. Sherman King, Michael Wong, Justin Matthews, Sridevi Panala, absent. Nalini Lali Tribble Agarwal, absent. A quorum has not been established. Because we do not have a full complement of board members, a simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The board may not discuss or act on any matter raised during public comments section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on items not on the agenda, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. We are displaying instructions and will give you a moment. All right, this is a moderator. I see no request for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We will now have a discussion for the discussion and possible action for finalization of the DHBC 2024 to 2028 strategic plan. Since a quorum is not established, we must table this item until the next meeting. Are we going to take public? Okay. So at this time, we will not be taking public comment or WebEx comments. Moving on to agenda item number 4. DCA Office of Professional Examination Services, OPES, DHBC Law and Ethics Examination presentation. I would ask Albert Law to present the agenda item.
Good morning, everyone. To obtain a California dental hygiene license, applicants are required to complete an examination in law and ethics administered by the board. This is to ensure applicants are aware of the current laws and ethical standards expected of newly licensed individuals entering the profession. There are two separate examinations, one for registered dental hygienists and one for registered dental hygienists in alternative practice, since there are areas and situations where registered dental hygienists in alternative practice are allowed to practice without the supervision of a licensed dentist. Board members requested information and a presentation about the California Law and Ethics examination for dental hygienists to become familiar with the process. The DCA Office of Professional Examination Services is a program that oversees the examination, creation, revision, and development in conjunction with subject matter experts, which is then implemented by a third-party examination administrator, PSI, through testing centers located throughout the state and country. For this presentation, I would like to invite Shanna and Karen from OPES to provide us with the presentation. Thank you.
Oh, good morning. I'm Karen Okasich, and this is Shanna
LaRusia.
Her last name is as difficult as mine, as far as I'm concerned. We do have a brief overview presentation, basically, of who OPS is. Weren't sure if everybody is familiar with the services that we provide and what it is that we do. So we'll go into that a little bit. And then Shanna will talk just briefly about the occupational analysis process that we undergo, require all examinations to undergo, including yours. And then the exam development process a little bit. And we can conclude by answering any specific questions that you have. We don't go into specific details about training and how that all works, but we'd be happy to talk to you if anybody has an individual question about that. So the presentation. Okay, so we will be speaking with you a little bit about the occupational examination, occupational analysis, examination development, and also the national review process that we undergo, because that's coming up again here pretty quick. So just to give you a little background on that. Next slide, please. So about OPS, OPS currently works with, we're part of the Department of Consumer Affairs. So I'll start with that. We are not an independent contractor. We're here to work specifically for boards and bureaus. We currently work with 24 of the department's boards and bureaus through interagency agreements. So we develop both California specific exams, and we evaluate national examinations that are used here in California for licensure. We also provide consulting services to all of the boards and bureaus. So if there's a specific examination related question that comes up, we're available to help with that. We staff 10 test development specialists in our office who are trained in licensing examination development and validation. Validation is obviously the critical component that we focus on. And we make recommendations based on law, DCA policy, professional guidelines, and technical standards. Shanna is the test specialist who works with your programs, and you'll be hearing from her specifically in a bit on the occupational analysis and the test development process. Next slide, please. So one of the most important mandates that boards have to adhere to regarding licensing examinations is Business and Professions Code Section 139. And this code was created in 1999, and it was developed to help ensure that all licensing examinations that are used by DCA boards and bureaus are psychometrically sound, job-related, and legally defensible. So one of the fundamental principles that are part of that is that it has to be based on an occupational analysis, and they have to meet technical standards for validity. Section 139 requires that boards submit a report every year indicating the date of their most recent occupational analysis and other information about your licensing examination. So you do that very regularly as part of your requirements. So OPS complies with information. We give you the information about this. We work with you to make sure that report is complete. And then Section 139 also mandates that all national exams be reviewed in accordance with policies that are set by OPS. So we work with boards as part of that process as well. Next slide, please. So these are some of the policies that OPS has available to boards to help meet the mandates of Section 139. Probably the most important is the one that has to do with validation policy. So that one is updated very, very regularly because there are changes within the industry that come up. You may end up having some specific questions about that, but we are constantly working on that. And then there are these others as well that are available to help boards meet the requirements of Section 139 with regard to security, testing, and participating in exam developments. One of the most important things that we require is that the standards for educational and psychological testing be adhered to. So this is it provides the technical standards that are accepted within the testing industry. So when we evaluate national examinations, we are making sure that they apply to adhere to those standards. We also in our office make sure that we are adhering to those standards. Next slide, please. So the standards are very specific and helping us develop examinations that are fair, valid, and legally defensible. And taking a look at the big picture, the purpose of licensure and DCA's mission is to protect the public. So the purpose of our licensing exams that boards develop is to identify practitioners who are able to practice safely and competently and differentiate them from those who are not quite ready to do that. So licensing examinations must be developed to provide a valid and reliable method for doing this. And to be fair, we make decisions that are based on entry level. So that's a very important perspective that we maintain throughout our process, is making sure that we're looking at those requirements for practice, but at the entry level. So when we are talking about the national exam, we're looking to make sure they're doing that. When we're developing the law and ethics examination, we're making sure that we maintain that focus. When licensure exams are developed, it's critical that the examinations protect consumers while not limiting access. So it's a balance that we try to maintain between the goal of protecting the public and yet making sure that we're not creating artificial barriers to practice. One of the most critical components in this process is involving subject matter experts, people who are actually working within the field. So they're vital to every aspect of the process, whether we're reviewing national examinations, whether we're conducting that occupational analysis, whether we are doing the examination development process. They are there to provide information about what's required within the profession and to make sure we're maintaining that entry-level perspective. Next slide. So the first step to developing a valid and reliable examination is to develop a detailed description of the content domains that are going to be measured. And we do this with an occupational analysis. It's also called a job analysis or a practice analysis. And you'll see that up here in the examination development cycle. Shannon will provide a little bit more information about this in a minute, but I'm focusing right there on that first slide, the occupational analysis. The occupational analysis is a study of the profession where we're looking to identify a couple things. We're looking at what are the main duty areas that are involved in practice. We're looking at what are the specific tasks that are involved in performing those within those content areas. And then we're looking at what knowledge is required in order to perform those tasks safely and competently. So we're actually getting ready to start an occupational analysis again for both of the professions. We'll run them concurrently, but it is a study. So we'll create a survey that goes out to practitioners, and that information then comes back and it provides a foundation for everything we do. The national reviews that we do, we look at it against the California specific. I'm so sorry, I'm having trouble this morning. We look at it and compare it with the California description of practice to make sure that it's adequately covering all the competencies that are required. And then also with regard to the law and ethics examination, it will form the basis of the examination outline that is used for that exam. So I'll just do a real brief thing. There's a cycle of exam development so we describe it as an ongoing and continual process. So every 5 years, boards are required to update that occupational analysis to make sure that we have a current description of practice. And then that examination outline gets updated as well. So then we have subject matter experts write items. The next process is item review, exam construction, and passing score. So there's multiple phases in the exam development process. So next I'll turn it over to Shanna, where she can talk about these processes a little bit more in detail, and we'll take some questions.
Okay, next slide, please. So the first step to develop a valid and reliable examination, whether it's at the national or state level, is to develop a detailed description of the content domain to be measured. We do this by conducting what is called an occupational analysis, or an OA. The OA is a study of a profession designed to identify the important tasks that new licensees must be able to perform safely and competently at the time of licensure, and the essential knowledge required to perform those tasks effectively. The results of the OA provide a detailed description of practice that provides an outline for developing the licensure exam. As you know, the professional practice is continuously evolving, whether it's through new research, if there are any changes in regulations, law, new technology, new methodology. So as a result of this, our testing standards and guidelines require that OAs should be performed at regular intervals. We like to say between every 5 years, just to be safe, and we ensure that our examinations stay current with the changes to the profession. Next slide, please. In addition to providing a detailed description of practice and providing the foundation for the exam, the OA provides qualitative and quantitative data that is useful for other purposes. Once we have the detailed description of practice, we use it for evaluating licensure requirements to ensure they are congruent with the entry-level competencies. We can also use it to look at training and curriculum requirements. In addition, it can improve transparency by providing specific exam information that candidates need to know to be licensed. Next slide, please. In conducting the OA, there are some basic steps to the process. This process requires involvement of the SMEs, which Karen went over a little bit before. It's important to have SMEs with diverse practice backgrounds, work settings, and experience levels. If we have the same people with the same knowledge, we're not going to get the best information that we need. So the SMEs review draft task and knowledge statements, they develop the content areas, and they identify demographic variables. We then send out a survey to all of the licensees through the state to determine how frequently and how important each task and knowledge is to professional practice. Once results of the survey have been received and analyzed, we have another group of SMEs review the survey results, and they determine the final examination outline, which specifies the weights assigned to the different content areas. And OPES will be working with your board to update the California OA for both the RDH and RDHAP professions during this fiscal year. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit more about national examinations. Like Karen had mentioned before, Business and Professions Code Section 139 requires that all national exams be reviewed in accordance with OPES's validation policy. OPES's licensure examination validation policy states that all licensure exams appropriated for use in California professions regulated by DCA should be validated according to accepted technical and professional standards. California practice must be appropriately represented in an OA on a national level in order for the results to be valid for exam development in California. The suitability of exam content for California practice must be determined by a review of the OA, including the demographics of the practitioners or licensees. Next slide, please. These are the three parts of the National Examination Review. First, we conduct a psychometric evaluation, which I'll get into a little bit more in the next slide. Next, we conduct a workshop with SMEs to compare the national OA to the results of the California OA. At OPES, we call this a linkage study. Finally, we identify the extent to which the national examination and the California law examination together assess all of the information that California hygienists need to know to practice safely and competently. Next slide, please. All right, so as part of that psychometric evaluation, we review the following. We look at the occupational analysis methodology. We look at the examination development procedures, how the passing score is set, how the examination is scored, what the passing rate is. We also review the test administration and security procedures, information available to candidates, and ADA accommodations. So we're reviewing pretty much everything, all of the information that we can have available to us. Next slide, please. So something that you've probably noticed throughout this presentation, SMEs are very critical to this process. You know, I could not do this by myself. I'm not licensed as a hygienist. So the information that they bring is very important. It's also required by psychometric standards. OPES will work with the board on how to select representative SMEs. We want them to reflect the profession in terms of specialty, type of practice, location, ethnicity, and gender. And again, this goes back to having a diverse pool of SMEs. And as Karen mentioned before, you know, they should always have a valid license and be in good standing with the board. The right group of SMEs ensures that all areas of practice are represented. They include individuals licensed 5 years or less to provide a focus on entry-level practice. So what we're saying is we want SMEs who care. They're going to show up to the workshops and they're going to care about that profession. And, you know, in my experience, I've rarely, I think I've had one instance with another program where someone was just kind of walking through the steps, but typically the people we get are always very excited to be there. Next slide, please. When the process is complete, OPES provides the board with a national review report. The report will list the relevant standards and policies that were mentioned earlier, and then provide findings and recommendations related to those standards and policies. OPES last conducted an audit of the RDH national exam in 2020, so the next review will be formed the next fiscal year. Next slide, please. OPES also develops the RDH and RDHAP law and ethics exams as California-specific exams. These exams are part of the licensing process, and they must meet the same requirements as the national exam. The law and ethics exam is designed to measure whether candidates are able to apply the legal and ethical principles required for safe and effective practice. All right, next slide, please. All right, so going back to this cycle of examination development, OPES applies these same standards in developing the RDH and RDHAP law and ethics exams that it evaluates in national exams. Like Karen said, the starting point is the OA. This forms the basis of the exam outline. The exam outline serves as a blueprint for exam development, and we use that through the entire process. The exam outline is used to write new items for the exam. And during the item writing, our SMEs are trained in how to develop items for a licensing exam. We don't expect them to know this knowledge just because of their profession. We also train them on how to write the actual items. Each of those items are linked to a specific task and a specific knowledge from the exam outline. By doing this, we create a direct link between the content of the exam and the competencies required for practice. New items are then reviewed by a separate group of SMEs who review the items to ensure they are accurate and that the items are in the best shape possible before they go on an examination. There's also a second component to the exam review process. These new items are pre-tested. During pretest, items are put on an examination form, but they are not scored. Candidates do not know which items are pre-test, and it allows us to gather statistical information about how an item performs. Items must meet specific performance criteria in order to be included in the bank of usable items. If they don't meet this criteria, they're taken back for review. SMEs will look at them, and the process is repeated until the item does meet that criteria. Only after the items make it through the review and pretest process are they then included in the bank of items that are used to construct examination forms. During examination construction, the exam outline is used to specify how many items are included according to the weights of the different content areas. After an exam is constructed, it typically then goes through the process of setting a passing score. It is recommended that boards use a criterion referenced passing score methodology. However, RDH and RDHAP passing scores are currently set in regulation at 75%. All right, next slide, please. All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for us?
Hello, hi, for Council Yiping Lin. Unfortunately, because we do not have a quorum today, there will be no board discussion, but we will be taking public comment.
Is there any public comment?
Thank you, Adina. You make my life so much easier.
Yes. Seeing no other public comment, I'd also like to thank you. That was very thorough, and we appreciate the presentation. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, I need to take a step back, and are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 4, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, this is the moderator. I see no request for comment. I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 5, the full board meeting is now adjourned at 9:40 to commence with the agendized DHBC committee meetings. We will take a couple minutes to reorganize and then come back to that meeting. I'll start again. Good morning. My name is Carmen Dones, and as the Education Committee meeting chair, I would like to call the Education Committee meeting to order. The time is now 9:49 a.m., and I would like the board staff, Crystal Uyama, to call the roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Carmen Dones,
Present.
Sherman King, Michael Long, Justin Matthews, Nalini Lali Tribble Agarwal, absent. A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item EDU 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The Education Committee may not discuss or act on any item raised during the public comment section that is not included on the agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments for the committee to consider? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I have opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on items not on the agenda, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, this is a moderator. I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item EDU 3, discussion and possible action on the status of the Pasadena City College Dental Hygiene Education Program. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Dones. On October 12, 2022, board staff conducted a site visit of the Pasadena City College Dental Hygiene Educational Program. I'll refer to them in the future as PCC. Based on the results of the site visit, it was noted that evidence of program compliance was deficient. At the board's November 18th, 2023 full board meeting, the board reviewed DHBC staff reports and documentation provided by PCC. The board expressed concerns regarding the R Building Educational and Facility Master Plan project schedule. The board determined the timeline for PCC to complete its intended plan was unacceptable, as it was for multiple years, and PCC will be operating at full capacity while non-compliant of the law. During the meeting, the board deliberated issuing a citation and placing PCC on probation for 2 years with quarterly reporting requirements. PCC expressed concerns that PCC's request for funding would be affected if PCC was not in good standing with the board. The board then determined to place PCC on probation for 2 years with quarterly reporting requirements, issuing a stay of the citation pending documentation from PCC that provided proof the citation would hinder PCC's ability to receive funding. On March 26, 2024, board staff requested a copy of the federal funding documentation stating that PCC must be in good standing to be awarded any funding, and it was due by May 1st, 2024. On May 1st, 2024, PCC stated in an email, PCC was considering applying for health center funds, which could possibly augment funding available for the building of a new dental hygiene clinic. As PCC was only considering applying for the funds, the board did not consider this documentation as acceptable proof of documentation. The board determined that because of the speculative action and the fact that PCC will continue to operate deficient of California law and code of standards, the board did not accept the submission to fulfill the board's request. The board then provided a 2-week extension to provide the specific funding and stated that if the documentation was not provided by May 15th, 2024, the board would place PCC on the July 20th, 2024 meeting agenda for further action to reinstate the citation issued and stayed at the March 23rd, 2024 board meeting. The board received no further correspondence on this matter. Additionally, pursuant to previous board actions as notified on October 26, 2023, PCC was due to send a biannual update to the board on plans for permanent facility compliance for future classes beginning on May 1st, 2024 to ensure progress towards compliance with the law. The board did not receive the biannual update, and on May 3rd, the board extended the deadline for PCC's biannual update by May 10th, 2024. The board again did not receive the update, and on May 14th, requested the required report be sent by May 15th by 5 p.m. The board did receive the report at 4:30 on May 15th, 2024. Additionally, they sent me documentation yesterday, but unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to review the information for this board meeting. So that is where PCC is at. Due to the board's concerns regarding continued operations deficient of the law, staff recommends the board reinstate the citation issued and stayed at the March 23rd, 2024 board meeting and reconfirm placing PCC on probation for 2 years with quarterly reporting requirements. All the documentation, all the reports and documentation received by PCC, except for yesterday's email, can be found on pages 42 to 48 of your board meeting materials. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to provide an opportunity for the representatives from Pasadena City College to comment on the board's findings for their dental hygiene program before the committee acts.
They indicated they were going to be on WebEx.
Moderator, can you please advise if representatives from Pasadena City College are on WebEx?
Thank you, Madam President. Do we have any names or?
It would be Dr. Micah Young or Adrene Reganian.
Okay, thank you. Yes. So Michael Young, I just made panelists, and if you don't mind, please repeating that second name.
Adrene Reganian.
Thank you. They are both now panelists and can unmute themselves at will and also turn on their cameras should they desire.
Morning. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
I think Director Reganian is here. So good morning, everyone. I'm coming before the board this morning. Acknowledging that we did submit some information from HRSA regarding the compliance standards for HRSA grant funding opportunities, but the evaluator found it. The evaluator we have a different interpretation of what is required under the written standards from HRSA. I've reached out to HRSA to get additional information, but as with all things, because there's no grant process open, there's no one really to provide any technical assistance to a grant that is not open for funding. We're still looking for potentially supporting funding to build a new facility. We have also submitted our update, and as of Wednesday of this week, our board took an action to approve a new facility in terms of the timeline, which has been submitted to the board, submitted to this board. We apologize for that delay, but however, we did undergo a change in our board of trustees, and the new board has been seated now and has made a decision regarding funding and approval for a new facility for the dental programs that are currently housed at Pasadena City College, of which includes the dental hygiene program. Additionally, our college is underway in terms of taking potentially steps to get modifications to our current facility, and that will be forwarded as part of an update to the board as we have more information to be able to potentially provide to the board in terms of those steps along the way. So we do have confirmed approval from our board of trustees of a new facility plan, and approval for moving forward with a new facility, which once again, that's a sorry, iterative process. And we will keep the board apprised of that process in terms of our new facility. Secondarily, there will be some potential modifications made to our current facility to move further toward substantive compliance with the current clinic guidelines and standards. I think we have addressed most of those issues in terms of the ones that can be immediately mitigated, but in terms of long-term mitigation strategies, our plan is to have a new facility that meets current Dental Hygiene Board of California standards. Lastly, we currently continue to operate at reduced capacity. So our clinic does not operate at full capacity. Our clinic and laboratory still operate at reduced capacity. So we're at 50% capacity, and we have submitted additional documentation. I know we've said it multiple times and talked about that we've reduced it, but we actually submitted some more documentation as of yesterday, kind of illustrating how we are not operating at full capacity. Our clinic operates at a 50% capacity. Currently, we have 16 operatories, and currently at this time, we only use a maximum of 8 operatories in our clinic at present time, at any given time. So we have reduced our capacity, but increased the number of hours of the clinic being in operation to make sure that our existing student cohorts are unimpacted by not being able to have adequate time for patients and patient treatment times and meeting all their competencies. And if the board has any additional questions, both myself and Director Regani are here to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Is there any additional comments from Adrien Reganian?
Adrina Reganian, PCC Dental Hygiene Program Director. No, I agree and with what Dr. Young already presented. And as he said, we are functioning at 50% capacity. It absolutely has not impacted the outcomes or the process of the clinic. It's just instead of having one cohort of 16 students, we have added 2 CRNs, so each student gets exactly as many hours as our catalog and hours and are required for both junior and senior students to be in clinic, both pre-clinic lab and clinical hours. They are all maintained. It's just in a smaller cohort, which kind of have created better environment for students because there's 4-to-1 ratio of student to faculty ratio, and faculty is able to pay more attention, and more clinics, evening clinics have opened, which our patients have always preferred. So that has given students even more chance to see complete their clinical requirements. That's all I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. So
And lastly, I will
Yes.
state that I want to in some ways thank the board for helping our district understand the significance of making sure that the clinical facilities maintains its compliance with state regulatory standards. As I've said, as I've approached the board before, as a physician, I'm patient safety is of our utmost concern, and making sure that our students are trained in or get their clinical education and training in a facility that represents the state of the art in terms of dental hygiene education is of paramount importance to us. We are an older program in the state. We have been around for greater than 50 years, and we would like to maintain good working relationships with the Dental Hygiene Board as it's our approval agency, but also in terms of our patient population and our community, which has been broadly in support of the program for many years.
Thank you. At this time, is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make a motion.
Long. I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to reinstate the citation issued and stayed at the March 23rd, 2024 board meeting and reconfirm placing PCC on probation for 2 years with quarterly reporting requirements due to noncompliance of the law, as no evidence affecting DHEP funding from the board citation was submitted to substantiate their request at the March meeting. Furthermore, failure to comply with the mandate set by the board could result in further action, including withdrawal of the board's approval of Pasadena City College's DHEP.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Matthews, I second.
Is there any committee member discussion?
I do have a question. I wasn't on the board meeting or on the board. I was on the board in November of 2023, but not at the meeting. And I understand that PCC was placed on probation at that time. I'm curious if there has been any like formal letter writing to PCC on like the requirements of reporting timely, because it seems like, I don't know, the quarterly reports aren't timely. Is there a timeline that they're aware of, that the due dates of these reports?
So there are letters that are in the process of being vetted through legal for placing them on probation. So it's not as simple as just writing a letter saying you're on probation. We have to write the letter, and then it has to be vet through our our legal department in order to be able to issue those letters. So Albert, you may want to speak to that as well.
Yes, so that is something that we are working on right now in regards to drafting up the probation terms and conditions for PCC and also TAF as well as the citation. But like Dr. Adina said, it's something that is a process that we have to first draft it and then have to be reviewed and get approval from DCA Legal that everything is where it should be before we can actually send it out. So we're hoping after this board meeting, we will be able to get those draft finalized and also sent out to the education programs.
So this has been since November. I just feel like we're holding them to accountability, and they don't necessarily know when their dates for quarterly reporting.
Oh, this is since March.
It's March.
Yeah,
Okay,
March.
fair enough.
So we should have something by the next board meeting.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
May I ask a question? So in terms of the one of the things that I think is that would be helpful for programs such as ours who are trying to make sure that we meet current DHBC facility requirements is, where can those regulations be found that are clear and explicit to the general public? Because I cannot find them. I was unable to find them by searching the DHBC website. I know how to find them for other healthcare facilities in terms of whether you're talking nursing homes or patient care units. I'm uncertain as to how to find them as it pertains to a dental clinic instructional space, for a dental hygiene clinic instructional space, in terms of what the current regulatory standards are and where they're explicitly spelled out within state statute.
So if you look at the laws, if you go to our website, there is laws and regulations. You click on that, and our statutes are in the 1900s. You should be able to find that there, as well as if you go to the 1100s in the California Code of Regulations, you should find standards there, as well as regulations, not standards. And then if you go to the CODA standards, you go to the CODA website and look at the CODA standards for dental hygiene educational programs, you'll find the information there as well.
I was specifically referring to the facility standards in terms of the healthcare facility standards, for example, nursing home has published standards, hospitals have published standards, medical clinic offices have published standards that you must adhere to. I can't seem to find those for either dental clinics
So
or
I will
dental
send,
training facilities
I see
that I
what
could
you're
share,
saying.
that I could share with our team to make sure that any potential facility that is planned. Because currently right now, when I'm looking, I've been told, hey, consult a healthcare architect. Well, that's nice, but we should have explicit, clear standards that everyone, general public can look at, or anyone can look at in terms of clear, clean expectations for facilities to be able to meet the published standard in terms of, so that we can make sure that we're all interpreting and looking at the same documentation.
Sure. If I'm not mistaken, I sent that in an original, but don't hold me to it. But I will, first thing Monday morning, send you all documentation by Monday morning. I'll send you all documentation that you could refer to.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
This is Carmen Dones. First, I want to commend you on achieving an agreement that you'll get a new clinical facility, because as I know in education, that's no easy task. Secondly, I was wondering if there's a timeline for the facility, if they've given you something to say, this will be built by a certain time.
The tentative date from the communication that we received was 2029. The new facility, new healthcare facility will be completed construction on our campus. I can't give you a set in stone that will happen because of construction delays and funding and projects. But the tentative plan that has been proposed by our Board of Trustees is for a new facility that will accommodate all the dental programs that exist on our campus by 2029. We're currently in a construction project for a healthcare facility that will potentially be received within the next academic year. And I think this will be one of the ones that is prioritized immediately after that in terms of beginning that process of working and getting approvals to start that process, which is why I was requesting making sure that we have the appropriate documentation in place for both our facilities team as well as our Board of Trustees to make sure they have a thorough understanding of what's required to make not only a state of art, but a fully compliant facility for our dental hygiene as well as the other dental program students.
Thank you. Are there any other board member comments?
Hi, this is Sherman King. Reading the document, I think we are requesting any funding document from your college. So is that being provided, or is that being in progress?
When you say funding documents, please explain in terms of.
In terms for your facility.
Yes, so our facilities master plan, so we currently are in a bond, we have passed a bond, a capital improvement plan for the district, which this is part of that capital improvement plan. There's been a 10-year plan that has been approved by our district. So as I think we previously shared that we have passed a bond measure and that the funding will go to facility improvement. So these are projects that will that the district has committed itself to over the next 10 years.
But according to the document here, that funding document is not providing to us.
In terms of the board improvement, the board documentation has not been provided to you. If necessary, I can provide that in terms of funding. Now, the explicit funding in terms of this particular building will probably be wrapped into the general funding for the campus and facility growth. So it's not, the board has not said, okay, specifically this dollar amount for this project. As projects are moving through our completion process, there will be contracts as well as RFAs for architect requests for proposals, requests for approvals that are submitted to our board for approval. But for the master plan, in terms of this being prioritized in terms of the completion by 2029 projects, that was done this Wednesday by our currently seated board. And they have the authorization or approval of funds on our campus for capital projects. So we already are currently have capital project funding that is taking place. But in terms of prioritization of what gets done, the dental hygiene program was elevated in terms of one of the projects that needs to be done by 2029. And if there are particular questions in terms of how funding is going to be allocated, that's a matter for the board, not really something that I can provide, but also something that I think that the facilities master plan funding, that the proposals that have been approved by our board kind of indicates where our funding will be prioritized for the next few years.
So I think I'm understanding what you're asking. What you're asking is, we had asked PCC to provide the information how funding would be affected if they were placed on, or if they were cited. So they provided some documentation, but the documentation that they provided did not show specifically if they were placed on, or if they were given a citation, it would affect their funding. So we asked them to provide further information, because that initial information provided was deemed unacceptable. It didn't provide us the information we needed. So we asked them for further information, but we were not provided any further information.
Oh.
Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
Oh, that's
I'm
okay.
reading
And as it pertains to the HRSA funding, so HRSA's funding guidelines said that if a facility is deemed to be non-compliant by its regulatory agency, it will impact potential funding in terms of ranking of funding. It doesn't obfuscate that funding will not be approved, but it does for a competitive grant. The higher your score, the more likely you are to receive funding. But one of the things that is required as part of submitting for HRSA funding, which is part of the material that I sent over, that outline that you need to have all your regulatory agency approvals and be in compliance with those as well. So I think of a citation as evidence of non-compliance. I mean, I don't know how I interpret that any other way. So there is clear evidence in HRSA funding guidelines, and as a former evaluator for grants, if a program is not in compliance, it does potentially impact how your grant is scored. And for federal grants, which are competitive, you have to achieve a certain score to be eligible. And they're very competitive because, as you can imagine, there are a lot of programs that are competing for limited federal dollars.
Thank you. Are there any additional committee member comments?
This is Justin Matthews, and I want to thank both of you for coming on virtually today to, express your concerns and your plans. Both of you mentioned, which I thought was pertinent at the end of your comments, about operating at 50% capacity. I would like to know a little bit more from you about what that means to you and why that's taking place. And then I would also like Dr. Petty to maybe weigh in on why that's the case. So I would like to hear from all three. Maybe Dr. Young, you first.
Yeah, I would defer to the director to start, because the director is more hands on the ground in terms of making sure that the clinic operates in terms of appropriate safety protocols and standards. And then I'll fill in any additional commentary that after the director speaks, because the director has day-to-day operation control over the clinic and understands the flow of patients as well as the student competencies that need to be completed.
Okay, thank you.
Adrina Reganyan, PCC Program Director. Our clinic has 15 chairs, dental units, and they are it's a narrow and long clinic, so there are 2 rows of dental units. And I think that was the concern when the DHPC visited on us on October 12th of 2022, that when those chairs fully reclined, the opposing chairs, there has been and there is very little room for even the operators, if to speak in dental language when they sit at 12 o'clock, which is behind the patient's chair, it's not possible to have two clinicians. That was a concern, and also presenting privacy issues that the dental units were too close to each other. We usually operated a full clinic. All 15 chairs were in operation every single clinic session. However, based on recommendations, we decreased it to 50% capacity. So we're using alternate chairs, which puts each chair at least 6 feet apart. We have this protective screen protectors that protects the data that shows on the patient private information, patient records that's up on the screen. So only the clinician has a direct view to it. So instead of having it run the clinic at full capacity, it's at 50% capacity, which has put both patients and clinicians way away from each other. And to accommodate that, so the other half of the cohort gets their hours, we have added just extra clinic sessions. And actually, we have also added there's dental assisting program that's the same floor as dental hygiene clinic, and they have additional operatories. So half of the 3 operatories and 1 faculty with 3 students is always operates from the dental assisting units, which they're more isolated like dental offices. They are rooms, so there's no issue there of patient safety and infection control and patient privacy information being shared because they are separate offices. I think that's is there any other?
Yeah, and I would say that those are the definitely concerns that were brought out during the site visit that took place from the DHBC, which further kind of made sure that once again we're running the clinic in conjunction with best practice, both the best healthcare practice standards. The concerns that were expressed by the site evaluator were legitimate in terms of making sure that, one, we're protecting patients' privacy, safety, and the general safety pattern of the clinic. So the institution wanted to make sure that we and once again, I think this is the importance between having the periodic site visits by the DHBC in terms of looking at facilities, looking at how we're operating to making sure that we are providing the standard of dental care to our patients and our public. So we took the approach of, okay, great, since we're now not operating in a manner that is in the best interest of patients, which is the core crux of what we all should be committed to. We have reduced that, as Director Gradanian said, we've reduced our capacity. So typically it was an old open bay model clinic that had the 15 operatories that, as she's described, which contributed to quite a bit of congestion when it was fully occupied through the reduced capacity of any time students are in the clinic or patients are in the clinic. It now makes a more conducive environment for both patients as well as students as well as the instructor, because there's less people in the space, and it actually allows for better flow through both patients as well as supervising dentists as well as clinical faculty that are part of the program. So we have added additional faculty, right? So through our scheduling, the institution understood that we had to be committed to adding to make sure that we didn't compromise student education, but also more importantly, didn't compromise patient safety. We increased both our clinical staff, our faculty and clinical and adjunct instructors to pull core faculty by 1, as in addition to our number of supervising dentists, recruiting supervising dentists to be present in our flattened schedule and layout for healthcare.
Thank you. If you have any comments, Dr. Petty, otherwise I'm satisfied with the comments from them.
No, I don't have any further comments. By reducing the amount of students in that area the way it was at full capacity, it couldn't continue to do that. By reducing the students in the facility at the time, that is sufficient for now. However, there were other issues with infection control and everything that were addressed and are, will be fully addressed when they have the new facility.
Are there any other committee member comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comment?
Joanne Galliano, and I'm the subject matter expert, was on the site visit that was done in 2022. I really think we need to bring to the attention of this board the fact that this site visit was done in 2022. We're looking at a clinic facility change in 2029. So we're looking at a lag period of 7 years. It's crucial at this point, I think, for this board to realize too, that, reducing the capacity in a clinic doesn't necessarily make that clinic, it makes it flow better, but there still is issues with having the movement of students and things like that. So my fear is that without the board taking a position of citation, I understand. I don't think that, in my opinion, I would hope that when you write a grant, that if you have a citation based on a limitation of a facility, which you're asking money for, that would be in consideration. It's not like we're saying that the facility, that they've done something wrong. We're saying it's inadequate and we need money to make it adequate. That without a citation at this point, there really isn't any way that this board can hold them accountable for moving forward. I personally feel 2029 that's a huge extension of time, and I would hate to see this be extended further because of, well, now we don't have the money, or now our facilities plan has changed. So in my opinion, the board has given them adequate time to deal with the issue, and we need to move forward and say, okay, you've made commitments to us. You need to honor those commitments and move forward in a way that we can
15
actually
seconds.
monitor. Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 3, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. We'll give you a moment. All right, this is a moderator. I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Carmen Dones,
Aye.
Sherman King, Michael Long, Justin Matthews,
Aye.
Eleni Lawley Chubul Agarwal, absent. The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item EDU 4, discussion and possible action on the status of the Taft College Dental Hygiene Education Program. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Dones. Board staff conducted a site visit at the Taft College Dental Hygiene Educational Program on February 21st through the 22nd of 2024. At that time, evidence of program compliance was deficient. At the March 23rd, 2024 full board meeting, the board was informed that Taft was determined to have 7 violations. The most egregious of the violations was that Taft failed to ensure that the dental hygiene students completed all their requirements for graduation established by Taft. Therefore, several of the 2022 and 2023 graduates did not meet all of Taft's program requirements to receive licensure as verified through documentation. During the meeting, the board deliberated issuing a citation and fine and placing Taft on probation for 3 years with quarterly reporting requirements. Taft expressed concerns that Taft's request for funding will be affected if Taft was not in good standing. The board then determined to place Taft on probation for 3 years with quarterly reporting requirements, issuing a stay of the citation pending documentation from Taft that provides proof the citation would hinder Taft's ability to receive funding. On March 26, 2024, the board requested a copy of the federal funding documentation stating that the school must be in good standing to be awarded any funding due by May 1st. On April 30th, 2024, Taft provided a funding exhibit and vocational center narrative. The board determined this documentation did not provide any of the information the board requested. The board then provided a 2-week extension to provide the specific funding documentation and stated if the documentation was not provided by May 15th, the board would place Taft on the July 20th, 2024 meeting agenda for further action to reinstate the citation issued and stayed at the March 23rd, 2024 meeting. On May 15th, Taft sent a response letter stating, after careful review of potential funding opportunities, we are not able to provide supporting documentation regarding an institution to be in good standing to receive capital improvement funds. On May 13th through 14th, board staff conducted a limited site visit to check on progress of Taft towards compliance of their violations. Of note, after a review of student files, the current Taft graduating class, so the class of 2024, had completed all DHBC and Taft requirements for graduation. Additionally, the remaining violations discovered during the February 21st, 2022 to 2022 of 2024 site visit are in temporary compliance with a due date of September 1st of 2024 for Taft to come into full compliance. Staff's recommendation, as Taft demonstrates repeated violations of the law and code of standards by graduating students lacking Taft and California state mandated requirements for licensure, staff recommends the board reinstate the citation issued and stayed at the March 23rd, 2024 board meeting and reconfirm the fine of $2,000, $1,000 for each year of graduating unqualified students pursuant to the law, and placing Taft on a 3-year probation period with quarterly reporting requirements, identifying corrective measures where the program will be reassessed. Again, during the probation period, Taft may experience announced and unannounced site visits from board staff to check on the progression towards compliance or further board action. If you will refer to pages 52 to 60, you will find all the current documentation regarding Taft.
Thank you. I would now like to provide an opportunity for the Taft College representatives to comment on the board's findings for the dental hygiene program before the committee acts. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Devin Doherty. I am the Dean of Instruction, and I'm also over CTE, which is Career and Technical Education Programs at Taft College. So I kind of wanted to address a couple of the issues that you brought up. So the first issue is the documentation for the 4 violations that occurred earlier this year that you wanted in September have all been rectified. We actually brought the documentations with us. Further, we have shown that the current class is currently meeting the graduation requirements. We have rectified that issue. We've also made changes into our computer system, so that way faculty and staff can log in to make sure that all students are meeting every single requirement. In the past, there was a discrepancy on the definition of competencies at educational level. All of our classes have competencies. Students are rated based upon their level of competencies. That's why we assign letter grades. So in many cases, students get a competency that is less than, let's say, 90%. They're still eligible for a B. You know, if they meet it 80 to 90 or 80 to 89% and so forth. So I think that there was a discrepancy on the definition between the college and the board. And I do believe at this point that has been rectified, updated in our computer system for logging student hours and competencies. And that was also noted in your visit earlier this year. And I'll turn it over to Gina, who is our program director, to make further comment.
Gina Gardner, interim director at Taft College, and I agree. We've done all of those things, and I do feel like our students were competent in those years, but there was that definition that I think we had defined differently. And after meeting with our site visitors in May and February and in May, and we've implemented a different type of software system, then I think we're going to all be on the same page about what that means and be able to track that in a way that everyone could be on the same page and be understanding. I do think that those students were competent. I think that it was just a formality of how we were tracking their competencies. So that's my statement.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make a motion.
This is Justin Matthews. I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to reinstate the citation issued and stayed at the March 23rd, 2024 board meeting and reconfirm the fine of $2,000, that is $1,000 for each year of graduating unqualified students pursuant to the law, and placing Taft on a 3-year probation period with quarterly reporting requirements, identifying corrective measures where the program will be reassessed, as no evidence affecting DHEP funding from a board citation was submitted to substantiate their request at the March meeting. Additionally, during the probation period, Taft may experience announced and unannounced site visits from board staff to check on their progress toward compliance.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you, Sherman. Is there any committee member discussion? I do have a question. I'd like to hear more about the software that you have implemented since the site visit.
We've purchased Ascend Academic, and the administrative staff and myself have been trained on that. And then we have a faculty training coming up July 29th. And then also again during in-service prior to the students returning. And then the students will also be trained in their first week of returning back to school. So all of that has been implemented and started the training on that.
Thank you. I'd also like to hear from Dr. Petty regarding the difference in definition to understand better.
Sure. What was happening is Taft established requirements regarding competencies. Okay. We all know that dental hygiene programs are competency based. And what was happening is they were establishing requirements that the students weren't meeting. It's not to say that the students weren't competent. What happened was Taft required so many requirements, and we call them competencies, they call them competencies, we call them requirements. So Taft established, let's say, 10 requirements. It was the amount of requirements. There was a lack of definition of the minimum requirements. So they were saying that they required 10 competencies, but if the student did 7 of them, they met the minimum. But it was a word game. So I think we're at the correct agreement now. So they had to establish the minimum requirements, and then anything above and beyond would establish their grade, A, B, C, whatever have you. So it was a matter of the number of competencies. It was a matter of essentially that. But again, at the time, we're not saying that the students were not competent. We are saying that they didn't meet Taft's minimum requirements for graduation. And at the time, the students did not experience all of the classifications that they were required to see. So that at the time, so it's a little bit of a mishmash for everything. And I think when we met with Gina at our last visit, I think we're on the same page now. So, but at the time, the students graduating did not meet the minimum requirements for graduation established by Taft. So that was it. We're not saying that the students weren't competent. They just did not meet all the requirements that they were meant to meet.
So when you say that they didn't complete the classifications, was it 0 in that classification?
Some students had 0 experience. And again, it could have been, because it would have been impossible to go through all the records. It could have been because of their lack of a tracking that the student could have experienced it, but we had no way to confirm it. So,
So in essence, they didn't meet competency because they didn't have the experience in that classification.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I wanted to
Or
understand that better.
on paper, they did not meet it.
Okay, thank you.
Couldn't confirm.
Thank you.
So we have a different definition of requirement, class requirements. And like Devin said, you can have, here's your class requirements. And if a student doesn't do a quiz or something in a gen ed class, they chose not to do that class requirement, they're still going to pass the class. They still got 70% of the class or 80% of the class, even though the syllabus states here's the requirement. And so I think it was just a matter of the terminology of we're saying, here's your requirement, and that needed to be clarified. So I do think they completed requirements. They got to see many experiences in lots of categories, but the way that we are tracking it, the way we were documenting it was hard for site visitors to see what the students actually did. So we have rectified that, and now we have a new system.
Okay. So then my concern would be that if it was hard for the site visitors to understand it, what about the students? I mean, did they feel that they were reaching competency in an area if they weren't seeing it documented? So that's just a comment. Is there any other committee member discussion? Seeing none, are there any public comments, in-person public comments?
Joanne Galliano, subject matter expert. I would recommend that the maker of the motion, there's one thing in here that to me needs to be struck and changed. It says $1,000 for each year of graduating unqualified students pursuant to the law. Again, they weren't unqualified students. There were students that did not meet the competencies established by Taft, the minimum competencies established by Taft to graduate. So they weren't necessarily unqualified. They simply just did not meet. We allow programs to set the competencies. We allow programs to assess those competencies. They did not meet the competencies that Taft had established they needed to meet to graduate. So again, I don't want anyone thinking that they weren't qualified.
They did meet CODA standards.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Are there any other public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx comments? Moderator, would you please open up the WebEx for any public comment?
Thank you. I have opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 4, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, this is a moderator. I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask the maker of the motion if he'd like to modify his initial motion.
Sure. I'd like to ask Dr. Petty if the language that I have written here is appropriate for the edits. So I'm considering in the first set of parentheses that defines the $2,000 fine, would it be appropriate for the language within the parentheses to be changed to $1,000 for each year of graduating students not pursuant to the law, removing the word unqualified? Or maybe if you have a suggested edit that would encapsulate what the comments that were made here today.
You could, and I would agree with striking unqualified students. What you may want to place in there, $1,000 for each year of graduating students who did not meet minimum requirements pursuant to the law. Minimum Taft requirements pursuant to the law.
Okay. So is it advised that I reread the entire new motion? Yes? Okay. Okay, so this is Board Member Matthews editing the motion language to read. I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to reinstate the citation issued and stayed at the March 23rd, 2024 board meeting, and to reconfirm the fine of $2,000, as that is $1,000 for each year of graduating students who did not meet minimum Taft requirements pursuant to the law, and placing Taft on a 3-year probation period with quarterly reporting requirements, identifying corrective measures where the program will be reassessed, as no evidence affecting DHEP funding from a board citation was submitted to substantiate their request at the March meeting. Additionally, during the probation period, Taft may experience announced and unannounced site visits from board staff to check on their progress toward compliance.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Is there any board or committee member discussion on this new language?
My question is, it's 2 years, one for each year. Do we need to be specific on the years? Because this could potentially go back to, last time I saw that they were reviewed was 17, and what about, are we talking about specific years, 2022 and 2023?
So because we weren't able to identify anything prior to 2020, we didn't look at any, we look at 2 years prior. So it was 2022 and 2023. Anything could have happened between 2017, when we last went, 2017, 2018, something like that, and 2022. So those documents were never looked at. So it's possible it could have gone back that far, but we don't know because that was not part of our review. So you may want to specify 2022, 2023, but again, I can't confirm if anything from the other dates.
But we have the evidence of it occurring across 2 different academic years.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
So is it required that we specify the dates, or is it okay as stated?
I think it's better to specify the date. So
You may want to say graduating classes. Graduating each year of $1,000 for the years of 2022, for the years of 2022 and 2023 graduating classes. Would that work? $1,000 for
Each of
the years of 2022 and 2023 graduating classes who did not meet minimum TAF requirements. Or
I'm okay with adding that level of detail. Do I need to reread the motion again with the new language?
do you want me to reread it for you?
Sure.
No, I mean, you could if you want.
I think it is going to be smoother if you do it since you already said it, but
Okay. So Dr. Matthews stated he moved for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to reinstate the citation issued and stayed at the March 23rd, 2024 board meeting and reconfirm the fine of $2,000, $1,000 for the years of 2022 and 2023 graduating classes who did not meet minimum Taft requirements pursuant to the law. That sound good? Okay.
correct.
And placing Taft on a 3-year probation period with quarterly reporting requirements, identifying corrective measures where the program will be reassessed, as no evidence affecting DHEP funding from a board citation was submitted to substantiate their request at the March meeting. Additionally, during the probation period, Taft may experience announced and unannounced site visits from board staff to check on their progress towards compliance.
Thank you. Is there any committee member discussion? Oh, yes, please.
okay, this board member Sherman King, I'll second the amended motion.
Thank you. Is there any board member or any committee member discussion? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? on the new motion? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on the new motion, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Again, we are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Carmen Dones,
Aye.
Sherman King, Michael Long,
Aye.
Justin Matthews,
Aye.
Naleni Lawley Triple Agrawal, absent. The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item EDU 5, Dental Hygiene Educational Program Site Visit Update and Site Visit Schedule. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. So if you will refer to page 62 of the board meeting materials, the first school was Pasadena City College, which we already went over in agenda item 3. We also visited Carrington College, Sacramento. Currently, on February 12th, we had a limited site visit due to several complaints. On May 29th, 2024, additional complaints were filed against Carrington, Sacramento. We completed site visits due to that, and current status, they are in compliance, and the Carrington, Sacramento reports are on pages 66 through 77. We also visited Carrington College, San Jose on March 21st, 2023 to review facilities. Currently, they are in compliance. The sterilization room ventilation project, which was the outstanding item on the Carrington College San Jose campus, they are currently in compliance. The San Jose report is on page 78 through 79. We also visited Cypress College. They are we visited them in October of 2023. They are in temporary compliance. They are supposed to have full compliance due by September 6th. We're waiting on a new program director contract, and the Cypress reports are on pages 80 through 95. So the PD contract is the only item that's outstanding. Taft College, we already reviewed in agenda item 4. And then we have Cabrillo College. Site visit was generated due to a change in administration for Cabrillo, as well as the part of DHBC oversight goals to review all DHEPs in California. We conducted a site visit on April 9th of 2024, and currently they are not in compliance. The Cabrillo College reports are on pages 96 through 187. Any questions thus far?
Long, I have a question.
Yes.
On our March board meeting, member Tribble Agrawal asked for Carrington, Sacramento to be placed on the agenda. From our minutes, this is as action item, as they have had number of violations and feel they should be placed on probation. I don't see them on the agenda. Do you any idea why?
That was an executive
Oh,
decision. Albert, do you know? Unfortunately, Tony's not here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tony is not here, so that might be a question that we can ask him when he's available tomorrow. But as for the reason why, I'm not sure.
okay. Thank you.
Okay. Are there Any other committee member comments?
This is Sherman King. I seen a lot of comments here is they are not in compliance. So are we taking action on it? Are we gonna give them citation or anything?
Are you specifically speaking regarding Cabrillo College, who's not in compliance?
Yeah, I saw a couple of them are not in compliance.
Okay, so
Let's pick, let's say Cabrillo's, are we taking any actions?
Cabrillo College, there, we as a board have to give Cabrillo time to rectify any concerns. Cabrillo, however, has some significant areas of concern for the board. And my concern is, you can find it on page, let me find Cabrillo for you, so I know where I'm going. I apologize. Cabrillo, here we go.
It's on 96?
Correct, thank you. So, 96 through 187, I apologize, I had it written down. So Cabrillo, the main concern with Cabrillo is that they lack a stable funding source for the dental hygiene educational program. And that's a significant concern for the board. They are having something called Fund 16. Fund 16 is where they use money that is raised from continuing education courses to fully 2/3 fund the program. And if you look on page, give me a second. I hate scrolling. If you look at my reports, I specifically outline that, there are issues with that funding source, because if they're relying on courses to fund the program, such as it's called an SLN course. It's soft tissue curettage, local anesthesia, nitrous oxide, oxygen analgesia. Those are courses where applicants from out of state to become a dental hygienist here in California are required to have if they don't have training in SLN here in California. So those courses that are funding the program are quite variable. We had COVID. We had, maybe people can't afford to move to California currently. So the amount of students to have those courses can vary quite dramatically. So the board has, and the board discovered this at their site visit, 7 years ago, and they still have not corrected that. So it's a considerable concern for the board. I wish, I'm sorry? Page 110, that might be it. I apologize. Yes, thank you. Page 110. You can see that the expanded duty courses are supplying 261, 269. So pretty much half of their operating budget. So that's a concern. And these, the program relies on the program director and faculty to volunteer in order to run these classes as well on their own time. So that's a concern as well.
Carmen Dones, I would ask that this agenda item, or this be put on a future agenda item for our next meeting.
Okay.
that's possible. Thank you. For the board meeting. Are there any other committee member comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 5, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, or simply raise your hand. And I do see we have a request from Traveris Harris. And Traveris, I will give you the ability to unmute yourself, so watch for the prompt. All right, Traveris, you are unmuted.
All right, good morning, everyone. Given that this will be added to a future board agenda item, as a future board agenda item, should we hold comments until that point?
No, you're welcome to make comments for the
Okay.
committee as well.
Okay, I'm Travaris Harris. I'm the Vice President of Instruction at Cabrillo College. And in response, I just wanted to clarify, we have every other year starts of our program. And since COVID, we had not been running that alternate year. We've been running the program every 2 years. And that program every 2 years is funded from our general fund. We do use expanded duty funds to start that alternate year that we're starting this fall. However, the program viability is not contingent upon those funds. And the dental hygiene faculty are paid, and they volunteer to do it, but they're also paid to do the expanded duties courses. So they aren't doing it as part of their role at Cabrillo.
Can I ask a follow-up question, or is that? Could you explain how someone is paid for something and also volunteers to do it? I'm a faculty member, so I'd like to know the answer to that, or at least understanding of how that works, because I think it can work, but I would like some detail if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, so faculty members who are interested in working with the expanded duties courses let us know that they're interested, and they're hired as a contract outside of their faculty contract.
Okay, so they're not necessarily they're expressing interest and hired beyond their normal duties?
Yes, so I'm using volunteer to explain that they aren't being forced to do this. And I think there was maybe a misunderstanding that they were required to do this as part of their role.
And if no one volunteers, what happens?
Well, like I said, since COVID, we haven't been running the course, but if no one volunteered for the course, we'd have to hire adjunct faculty for that.
Okay, thank you for your clarification.
Mm-hmm.
But Dr. Harris, they are running a course in right now and August.
August, yes. And we have faculty who volunteered and are getting paid outside of their faculty contract.
Right. So to clarify, they are running the course right now.
Yes, they are.
And if I'm not mistaken, there's 2 more that are, or at least 1 more coming up this year. Am I not correct?
You are correct.
Dr. Harris, I have a follow-up question as well. So I understand this is enterprise funding outside of the college funds. Is the program dependent on that funding to pay for the faculty or anything like that, or the program materials, supplies, things like that?
It's dependent on the funding if we want to start a cohort every year, which we had not been doing. So we have a meeting scheduled for August 2nd to talk to CODA to see if we're required to start a cohort every year. I personally think it's in the best interest of students if we could start a program every year, because I think the first year students benefit from working with the second year students. However, if we are required to run a cohort every year, my request to CODA is to split the cohort in half so we would not need expanded duty funds to supplement the alternate cohort. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Jones?
Yes.
I did find, Dr. Harris did provide me with course dates. They had the course July 15th through August 18th in 2023, April 29th to June 8th, 2023, February 2nd to March 8th, 2023, October 6th to November 10th, 2023, February 2nd to March 8th, 2023, April 29th to June 8th, 2024, and July 15th through August 18th in 2024. This is off the biennial report that I requested from Dr. Harris. And so they have held 7 courses in the past 2 years. So Dr. Harris, did you say you weren't running them since COVID? This is the first time?
So I want to
Did I mishear
clarify.
you?
So when I was talking about running the second cohort of dental hygiene students, so prior to this year, we were starting the dental hygiene cohort every 2 years. Once that cohort finishes the dental hygiene program after 2 years, we start another cohort. This year, we're adding an odd year cohort, if that makes sense. So we'll have 2 dental hygiene cohorts running simultaneously, first year students and second year students. So the expanded duties covers that second group coming in of, say, first year students. That's what I'm talking about when I say we haven't been running the second cohort of dental hygiene students, not expanded duties. And just, I also want to clarify, faculty get overload pay. So it's not a separate contract, it's overload for the expanded duties assignments.
But the documentation also states on page 110 of the program material, let me pull it up, that so in 2022, 2023, with only running one cohort, you've only run one cohort in the past, how many years, Dr. Harris?
I believe it's been since pre-COVID. I'd have to.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to understand. So the expanded duties classes in 2021 to 2022 provided $26,247. And then the general fund was $457. And then in 2022 to 2023, it was 261 as opposed to 264, and then 269 to 300. So you're saying that the expanded duty classes only support the second cohort?
That's exactly what I'm saying, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, just wanted clarification. Okay. So
And again, we just started back running that second cohort, or we're just starting back this year.
I thought you weren't running the cohort.
In the
second
fall
cohort.
24.
Oh, you're considering, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so, and in lieu of the findings from the board, with that second cohort, I'm also in conversations, in addition to CODA, with the foundation, because as I said, I think it's fundamentally better for students to have that second cohort, and I prefer not to run it every other year. But I'm in conversations with the foundation to see if we can also start to look at endowing funds that would support this to address your concerns about the financial stability of the second cohort.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question. How many students do you have in a cohort?
30.
30 students. So you'll be taking that. So if you reduce the cohort, are you saying that you're going to reduce the cohort or just not accept another cohort?
So my request to CODA is if we are able to run the program every other year until we're able to endow the funds to cover the second cohort. If the answer is no, we need a cohort every year, my request is, can we do 15 students per year?
And how will this affect your SCIF funding then if you're reducing? Because if that's the case, I'm sorry, the student-centered funding formula funds, because then you're going to have less outcomes. So that would be a significant deficiency in your funds.
Well, because the SCIP formula does averages over a 3-year period, ultimately it would balance out. Because SCIF doesn't run on an annual period necessarily, it's every 3-year average. So the numbers would effectively be the same because we'd be starting one cohort year one, another cohort year two with the same students as if we started them all year one.
Okay, is there any other committee member comments? Is there any public comment? In-person public comment? Seeing none, is there any WebEx comments? Moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. The Q&A panel is available. If any member of the public would like to comment, please just type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, or you may simply raise your hand. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. Do we need a vote? Excuse me just for a second.
Tony gets to decide that.
So this was informational only, this section. So you don't need a vote. That's where we have where you can place it on a future agenda item. So no, you don't need.
Thank you. And thank you for your time, Dr. Harris.
That's excuse me, just you recommend it be placed on a future agenda item, but it's not guaranteed it's on a future agenda item?
No, it will be on the next agenda item, and the next agenda for the board.
Then I'm confused on why Carrington Sacramento is not on this agenda if it was requested as a future agenda item on the last meeting. That's was my question earlier.
Mhm. And I think the comment was that Tony isn't here to provide that information, but
So I'm sure Albert and I can relate to Executive Officer Lum that these two items should be on the next agenda.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So we can definitely do that.
thank you, Michael, for bringing that up. Okay. Okay. Okay, we're going to power through this if that's okay with the board. I mean, with the committee. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item EDU 6, discussion and possible action on proposed statutory language amendments to Business and Profession Code Section 1941. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Dones. You all are going to be so tired of hearing from me today. So right now, you will find in the board meeting materials on page 189, you will find the memo. And then on pages 192 to 193, you will find the letter that was sent on February 20th, 2020. The United States Department of Education, also known as USDE, sent a letter to state leaders. And like I said, you can find that letter specifically on page 192 to 193, notifying that as the USDE holds all accrediting agencies to the same standards, the distinctions between regional and national accrediting agencies are unfounded, that the USDE will no longer use terms regional or national to refer to an accrediting agency, and that the USDE will distinguish only between institutional and programmatic accrediting agencies. As a result of the change in accreditation designations by the USDE, staff recommends for the committee to review the current language to determine if this change is warranted. If the committee determines this change is warranted, staff recommends to the committee to review the language in the attached starting point document, determine whether additional information or language is required, complete the draft of the proposed statutory language, and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2025. So if you refer to page 191, I am showing you Business and Professions Code section 1941. In little c, in the third line, or second to third line, we have currently a regional. And if the board chooses to do so, to change it, A and regional can be struck and an, before accrediting agency can be placed in there instead. And that would be the change that would be needed to be done. Any questions?
Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make a motion.
Long. I move for the Education Committee to review the current language to determine if a change in BPC Section 1941 is warranted. If the committee determines this change is warranted, I move for the committee to complete the draft of proposed statutory language. Additionally, I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to consider, complete, and approve the final draft of proposed statutory language for BPC Section 1941 and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation in 2025.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Matthews, second.
Thank you. Is there any committee member discussion?
This is Sherman King. I'd like to, for my knowledge, want to clarify what's a regional and national accreditation.
So accrediting agencies can be either before the USDE changed their requirements. There are national accrediting agencies of schools and colleges as well as regional. Regional, for example, Taft College, many of the dental hygiene programs here in California are accredited by WASC, which is Western Regional, okay? So there's the Western Regional as well as there are national accrediting agencies where schools can open wherever they want and have a national accreditation versus, WASC kind of condenses themselves to a small section.
So it sounds like if you do a national accreditation, then we allow school to go everywhere reciprocal from across the whole nation. Then is there a problem? Is there an issue that going to national accreditation?
Yes. So many of the schools here in California recognize only the regional accreditation. A person who is our SME who has the most knowledge on this, would it be okay if I called our SME up to speak to this, please?
Absolutely.
So our SME is Joanne Galliano, and she's an expert at this.
I don't know that I'm an expert, but there's a difference between national and regional accreditation. Currently, the way it is in the state of California is your regionally accredited institutions are all of our dental hygiene programs, all of our CSUs, California State Universities, and as well as all of our universities of California. They're all regionally accredited. They set a certain standard for their faculty, for their programs, and for the running of the institution. It is considered what they call the gold standard. It's the highest level of accreditation. If a student, if we go forward with this, national accreditation, however, is typically restricted at this point in time to proprietary schools, for-profit schools, as opposed to your community colleges, your universities, your state colleges. It also is primarily for technical and vocational educational programs. Most of the national accrediting agencies deal specifically with those types of schools. The concern that we would have here for us, and the reason why I was part of why this language was put into the law, the reason regional was put in there is because in order for a student to articulate into a UC or a state college or even community college at this point, they would have to have graduated from a regionally accredited school. So for example, if I went to the college I used to represent, Chabot College, and graduated as a dental hygiene student, my regional, because it's regionally accredited, I could transfer those units to a university to do a baccalaureate degree or to go into dental school. If I was coming from a nationally accredited program, which we don't have, they don't exist in California, I would not be able to do that. I would be limited to just my vocation. I would not be able to advance forward. Concern we're going to have here in the state of California as well is now we have granted, the Chancellor's Office has granted community colleges the ability to grant baccalaureate degrees based on the fact that our courses have to be at the level of a university discipline. This movement to accept a national as opposed to a regional would then again put that in jeopardy in the sense that as a hygiene student going to a nationally accredited school, we aren't sure that the Chancellor's Office is going to recognize or going to say that we don't make that distinction. So I just think that this board, to me, this is premature. Needs to be a lot more work done on our part as a board and as educators, representing educational institutions to really look at if making this change, which again has to be a legislative change, has to go through the legislature, is going to impact the portability of licensure and education for our students. We've worked long and hard to make dental hygiene a profession as opposed to a vocation. So I appreciate vocational schools. I appreciate what they do, but I don't feel that at this point in time, dental hygiene programs are operating as vocational education programs. They are now considered professional educational programs, basically, as the Chancellor's Office has agreed, because we're granting community colleges dental hygiene programs are now granting upper division units just as a CSU can or a UC can. Are there any questions?
As I did research, I saw that for me, the biggest difference was transferring units.
Yes, yes.
And just so I'm clear, from region to region, you can transfer.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if it's Western region, Eastern region, you can transfer.
Yes.
Right.
Within the region.
No, within nationally.
Nationally.
Not to use the word nationally
Yeah,
to be confused with national accreditation,
Right.
but a region, I take classes in California, I could go to Pennsylvania and transfer those from one region to the other.
Correct.
You're not stuck in one region if you
Nope.
take a regional courses.
Correct.
Then I also saw that over 85% of all colleges in the US have been regionally accredited.
Correct.
So if I take a course through a national accreditation here in California, then that limits me to 15% of colleges across the country that I could apply to.
The way it exists now, yes. Again, this is something that states have to deal with, and I have not seen anything come down from the chancellor's office for the state of California saying that we no longer are going to make that distinction, that we are no longer going to distinguish between national and regional. It still exists that if I'm graduating from a national program, I would not be able to transfer my credits to a UC or a CSU, to a regionally accredited college.
Sorry, just for clarification, when you say chancellor's office, you're referring to the chancellor's office of the California Community College system?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because most of our dental hygiene programs are in the community college system. And I don't know about the UC or the UCs or your private institutions, but again, as an educator, I'm not an educator, as a retired educator, I have not seen any documentation, and I know the dental schools have not made moves in that direction. Yeah, well, yes. Well, I understand that some schools or community colleges are making the move to accept national accredited programs for their prerequisites for admissions and admissions into programs. So they're saying that nationally, if you go to a national school and take prerequisites or whatever, you can still qualify for the program, which again, I don't think that's the issue for us. The issue for us is whether the programs themselves that our dental hygiene programs should move backwards at this point without having a clear and being ensured that should this happen, that they would still be able to advance to a UC or a CSU or a dental school. Many choose to go to dental
We
school.
don't know that yet.
So
That's it. One more question. Can a campus or a university be both nationally and regionally accredited? Or is it one or the other?
As far as I know, most colleges, all the colleges, I shouldn't say most colleges, all of the CSUs, all the community colleges, all the UCs are only regionally accredited. Because again, like I said, it's in California, it's been considered the gold standard. It's much more stringent. The accreditation requirements for a regional accrediting agency in California is much more stringent. I don't know about other states. I can't answer that question, but in California, it's been seen as the way to distinguish between a professional program and a vocational education program.
Okay, sorry, I still a little bit confused. When you say regional can transfer regional, like East regional to West regional, you can still transfer? Or you just do
Yes.
within the region, you can transfer?
Regional means that any school that accepts regional accreditation accepts regional accreditation regardless of what the region was where you originated. So in California, if I go to a college
Right.
here that's regionally accredited, my units would be transferable to a regional college in Utah or wherever else I wanted to go. It's not
Okay.
limited. And the same is true for national. I have to say that for national accreditation, a national accredited school, if I go to someplace else that's nationally accredited, they would accept those units as well. So it's within, they're not limited to an area, specific area.
Oh, okay. I just remember, well, I graduated a long time ago, 30 years ago. When I transferred, so I applied a college in Michigan, Michigan. They specify a particular UC Berkeley classes be accepted, another not be accepted. Then, so I'm confused. I thought when you have regional, that means the college had to be accept those standard, then you can transfer within the region, but not nationally.
They have to accept the units from that college. They don't have to accept the classes because programs can establish what courses they will accept as, you know, we have what's called IGETC in California, where basically there's this prescribed set of courses you have to meet to transfer to another university. And they sometimes will determine, a college can determine that the course from another college does not meet their specific program requirements. That's where we get into the program and institutional requirements. They have to accept the credits, but they don't have to accept the courses necessarily. If they don't meet their requirements, the courses don't. So that's probably what happened in your situation.
Oh,
California, sometimes some colleges set requirements for coursework. We actually do that in dental hygiene. Our SLN courses are courses that allow us to do local anesthesia, nitrous oxide, and soft tissue curettage. We have a different set of standards for our programs than, for example, another state that may have the same course, but they don't teach the same curriculum. So we don't accept that unless they teach the same curriculum, then we couldn't accept that course.
okay.
So that's programmatic or institutional.
Okay, then back to the issue then, why is the US Department require everybody to accept the national standard, not the regional standard? So how's it different between the national and the regional?
Well, the process they go through to become an accrediting agency is different for regional as opposed to national. So I can't answer that. I wasn't in on the discussions when those happened.
This is Justin Matthews. I don't think they're forcing, I'm not sure, the US Department of Education is not forcing states or whatever to accept a nationally accredited, they're not forcing them. They're just saying we're no longer making the distinction between a national accrediting body and a regional accrediting body. So at the federal level, they're just making that distinction, which is then forcing each state to kind of grapple with this, especially when the language is in the regs like ours. So I don't think anybody's being forced to do anything. We're just having to choose about what the standards we want to keep for our discipline and our educational programs. Can I ask a question now? I don't want to be all doom and gloom, but maybe if you could expand a little bit on maybe, I don't know, not a worst case scenario, but a concerning scenario that would help kind of us understand the gravity of this decision. If you could maybe provide a short example of something that you might be, this could be problematic.
The biggest problem, I think, is because all of our schools are, at this point, regionally accredited. As a dental hygiene student graduating from a program now in the state of California, I can transfer wherever I choose to transfer. Within the, any regional school is required to accept those units. Whether they accept the classes or not, they got to accept my units for something. If this passes at this point in time without that change being made, we're going to, and we start to allow programs to establish with only national accreditation, those students could go nowhere after that. They would basically be locked into, they would be a hygienist, they would have an RDH, they could practice clinically in the state of California if they passed the course. The course is required, but they wouldn't be able to, if they decided later they wanted a baccalaureate degree, or if they decided later they wanted to go to dental school, they would not be able to use those units towards their application for that. They would have to, in essence, start over again and get that coursework from a regionally accredited program.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So my question is, this is written into law already, correct? Okay, and they didn't make a distinction for professional programs in the law, correct? So do we have until 2025 to comply? Is that, or I was just seeing here, and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation in 2025. That's just an us that timeline.
If you wanted to change it, 2024 is gone
Mm.
as far as to create legislation. The board would have to create legislation to go through the legislature in 2025.
And again, that's
That's if you choose to do this.
right. If my recommendation at this point, as the subject matter expert, I would recommend that we need to do more work here. We don't want to go to the legislature and ask for a change that could potentially impact future students graduating from our programs. So that would, I mean, I just can't see that as being a wise decision at this point. And the decision, depending on how this all goes, the decision might be made for us to remove, recognized by the Department, U.S. Department of Education. We need to see where California's going to go with this. California has a choice. I know, I kind of, Carmen's going, and I agree with you, Carmen. It's kind of like, ooh, but basically, you know, we have a choice at this point because we're not mandated to do anything at this point. The state hasn't mandated that we need to, and I think there's a reason why the state hasn't mandated it, that we need to ensure that if it becomes a mandate, I think the state's going to have to really look at, in California, are those two accrediting bodies requiring the same thing? So is it true in California that national and regional mean the same thing? They made a blanket statement for every state. In some states, it may be true that they're the same. So far, California has not said that.
I would worry about moving away from the Department of Ed because that's our financial aid for our students.
No, I know.
Yeah. But I would like us to investigate this more and I think if we were to modify the motion to remove the last sentence, or maybe just investigate it more so that we can bring it back at a later time. I don't want to table it. I just want to, move forward with investigation, if that's a possibility.
So, like, just as a question, so having maybe staff can consider and come up with the ramifications of acting or not acting for us to be able to review that at a later date with more information and not giving basically the wording after the word additionally. Is that what you're wanting to remove?
Yeah, but there's also, because it says to complete the draft of the proposed statutory language. And Adina has a
warranted,
question.
if warranted, right?
Would you want to change your language to, I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to investigate, to have staff investigate the implications of changing the language in BPC 1941?
Yeah, I think that's good.
So as maker of the motion, I agree to Dr. Petty's motion or edit to the motion.
And Dr. Petty, if you can
Repeat that.
repeat
Yeah,
that.
I'm writing it down.
Thank you.
Yes. As soon as she writes it.
Okay. What I remember is I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to direct staff to investigate the ramifications of changing, no, that's all right, changing the language for BPC 1941. That sound right? Is that what I said? Okay.
Sounds close enough. Yes, that sounds appropriate.
So I second that.
Great. Is there any board member?
Wants me to say it again. I move for the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to direct staff to investigate the ramifications of changing the language in BPC 1941 regarding regional versus national accreditation.
Yes, I second that language.
Thank you. Is there any committee member discussion? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 6, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, or you may simply raise your hand. We'll give you a moment. All right, and we have a request for comment from Micah Yun. Micah, you will see a prompt to unmute yourself. Go ahead and click on that.
Good afternoon, everyone. So there are some major concerns with the move from the federal government has already made the decision in terms of moving from regional versus national or is national accreditation, because there's, as somebody who's had my hat in all 3 different buckets, regional accreditation, national accreditation, and programmatic accreditation through working with the Council of Higher Education. So there are 3 different buckets which have all moved away. You used to could have programmatic accreditation, which means that you can open a shop and just have programmatic accreditation through, for example, CODA. Because CODA can provide, for example, if I wanted to run a dental assisting program, I get CODA accredited in the state. I could just have the CODA accreditation carry me for financial aid funding for my program. That would just be programmatic accreditation. Then there's national accreditation. There's national accreditation, which formerly would accredit generally vocational schools, but there are some 4-year institutions that had national accreditation. And then there's the gold standard, or the most common one, is the regional accreditation. Now, the interesting thing with the move away from the distinction between these forms of accreditation, one of the things that's in the regs is that the federal government has moved to only pay for a course one time, regardless of where that course is taken. Which opens 2 concerns, because as an administrator and someone who helps our academic areas review transcripts, I have one of the things that's in the CODA standards, in the DHBC standards currently, is the wet lab requirement. One, that makes it almost impossible to determine whether or not a course has been offered face-to-face or in a wet lab, number one, because courses and transcripts don't delineate that information when we receive them. And 2, even with
15 seconds.
So 2 things: course-to-course articulation is going to be minimized, the amount of selectivity, and the last one is there's no way for institutions to determine if a course has been offered in a wet lab format based on transcripts.
All right, I see no further requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
With the new motion in place, I will now, thank you. I will now ask Albert to call the roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Albert Law. I will now call the roll. Carmen Dones,
Yes.
Sherman King, Michael Long, Justin Matthew,
Aye.
Nanelli Lali Tropiagro, absent. The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item EDU 7, future agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendation or comments for any future education agenda items?
So I have listed from previous discussion, Carrington, Sacramento, and Cabrillo College. Is that correct, board members?
Are there any other committee member discussion? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member has a comment on agenda item 7, future agenda items, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, or simply raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. And thank you all for attending the Education Committee meeting, which is now adjourned at 11:50. We will return at 1 o'clock. Good afternoon and welcome back. I'm Carmen Dones, and I'm acting as the Legislation and Regulatory Committee Chair. I would like to call the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting to order. The time is 1 o'clock p.m., and I would ask board staff Crystal Yuyama to call the roll. But prior to doing that, I'd like to let the public and board know that Justin Matthew and Sherman King will be substituting for Sonia Pat Hansen and Dr. Sridevi Panala.
This is Crystal Yuyama, and I will now call the roll. Nalini Lali Chibul Agarwal, absent. Carmen Dones,
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen, absent. Michael Long, Sridevi Panala, absent. Sherman King, Justin Matthews.
Present.
A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to agenda item Leg Reg 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The Legislation and Regulatory Committee may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comment section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, or you may simply raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We now move on to agenda item Leg Reg 3, discussion and possible action to approve responses to comments and continue rulemaking to amend California Code of Regulation, CCR Title 16, Section 1116, mobile dental hygiene clinics, issuance of approval, and Section 1116.5, registered dental hygienist in alternative practice, physical facility registration. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Dones. Senate Bill 1202 created Business and Professions Code Sections 1926.1 and 1926.2. Among other provisions, SB 1202 authorizes registered dental hygienists in alternative practice, also known as RDHAPs, to operate a mobile dental hygiene clinic, or known as MDHCs. At the board's November 19, 2022 full board meeting, the board approved the proposed language and associated form for section 1116, reestablished by resolution the fee for the initial MDHC permit at $100, as well as the fee for MDHC biennial permit renewal for $160, and authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process. Senate Bill also created Business and Professions, Senate Bill 1202 also created Business and Professions Code Sections 1926.3 and 1926.4, which allows an RDHAP to register their place or places of practice with the executive officer and to receive permission from the board to have an additional place of practice. At the board's November 19, 2022 full board meeting, the board approved the proposed language and associated form for section 1116.5, established by resolution the fee for an additional facility permit at $100, as well as the fee for an additional facility biennial permit renewal biennial permit renewal at $160, and authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process. At the board's March 23, 2024 full board meeting, RDHAP board member Michael Long requested to work with board staff in reviewing the comments, reviewing any changes to the language, and drafting responses to the comments received during the 45 and 15-day comment periods. Member Long reviewed these responses and had no additional comments or additions. No public hearing was originally set for these proposals and none was requested. The board staff noticed the proposed rulemakings on January 31st, 2024, with a 45-day comment period ending on March 19th, 2024. The board at that time received 2 comments. Due to comments received on April 26, 2024, the board noticed the modified text on persons specified in subdivisions A 1 through 4 of section 44 of Title 1 of the CCR. The comment period concluded on May 11, 2024. The board received 1 additional comment. Staff recommends the board consider and approve the responses drafted to address public comments received during the 45 and 15-day comment periods on the board's proposed regulations regarding MDHCs and physical facility registration, and authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process and adopt the proposed regulations at sections 1116 and 1165 as noticed. In the board materials, the responses can be found to the letters on pages 212 to 221. The language can be found on pages 222 to 237, and the letters that the responses address can be found on pages 238 to 244.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make the motion.
Long, I move that the Legislation and Regulatory Committee to recommend to the full board to approve the responses drafted to the public to address public comments received during the 45-day and 15-day comment period on the board's proposed regulations regarding mobile dental hygiene clinics, issuance of approval and registered dental hygienist and alternative practice, physical facility registration, and authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations at section 1116 and 1116.5 as noticed.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Sherman King, second.
Thank you. Is there any legislation and regulatory committee member discussion?
I just want to say that I was grateful for the opportunity to review the public comments on the dental, on the mobile dental clinic, dental hygiene clinic, and agree with Dr. Petty's recommendations and comments. And I also understand that the statutory language can be complex and confusing, and greatly appreciate you clarifying the regulations and the language to the public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional legislation and regulatory committee member discussion? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments?
All right, good afternoon. Tukazo Kai, representing the California Dental Association, and thank you for your response to the comments sent in my letter on behalf of CDA. I first want to thank you for accepting the comment that clarified dental hygiene care plan rather than plan. In fact, a lot of our comments were really rooted on putting patient safety first and clarifying the language, understanding that this isn't a brick and mortar setting with mobile dental hygiene. We've been trying to really clarify the language for these non-traditional settings, especially when individuals who are receiving patient care cannot consent in the same way, being minors or individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities and being in a different setting. And one comment that I did want to respond to was the concern we have about radiographs being taken. We're not concerned about if it's within the scope or not. We know it's within the scope to take radiographs as an RDH, AP especially. However, we've seen radiographs taken in preventive programs with no follow-up treatment planning, and we investigated to try to see if this is a concern that can come up again. Because if radiographs are taken and then not shared or followed up with a dentist for additional treatment planning, and then that radiograph is not being used appropriately. So we really want to try to include some language, if possible, about treatment planning or follow-up care. But thank you for all of your comments to our comments. And we just hope to, again, center patient care. Communication is so important, and we want the patient to know continuity of care and treatment plan options. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 3, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, or simply raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Nalini Lali Tribble Agarwal, absent. Carmen Dones,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen, absent. Michael Long,
Aye.
Tridevi Panala, absent. Sherman King,
Aye.
Justin Matthews.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We now move on to agenda item Leg Reg 4, discussion and possible action to approve amended language and continue rulemaking for 16 CCR Section 1105.4 appeals process and reinstatement of withdrawn dental hygiene educational programs. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Thank you, Dr. Jones. During the Dental Hygiene Board of California's board staff review of regulations applicable to dental hygiene educational programs, also known as DHEPs, staff determined there was no clear process within California Code regulations, also known as CCRs, to reinstate board approval of DHEPs withdrawn due to noncompliance with board laws and regulations. Additionally, staff determined there was no clear guidance as to requirements to maintain the withdrawn status of DHEPs should the DHEP not complied with board directives. At the board's November 18th, 2023 full board meeting, the board approved language to address the lack of process regarding reinstatement of withdrawn DHEPs, as well as for the board to maintain a DHEP's withdrawn status. During the preparation of the regulatory package, however, the board's regulatory legal counsel proposed amendments to the previously approved language for conciseness. So staff recommends that the board, actually the committee and board, review the proposed amended language and determine whether additional information or language is required. If the language is satisfactory, direct staff to continue the rulemaking process to establish a process for reinstatement of withdrawn DHEPs, as well as a process to maintain a DHEP's withdrawn status. If you will refer to the text, and it's found on pages 249 of your board meeting material, the change would be on 249 in section little d to capital B. And I highlighted the changes specifically in yellow. And we asked if the withdrawn dental hygiene educational program demonstrates it has corrected a substantial number of violations as specified within the letter of withdrawal order. So the board would have to issue a letter of withdrawal. And if they took care of those issues specified within the order, we wanted it so it was nice and clear. And then is actively working towards meeting the requirements for approval. So is was added in. And then the Dental Hygiene Board shall, at a notice board meeting, grant the Dental Hygiene Educational Program the status of reapproval with conditions of probation. So it clarifies that they would not be fully approved. They'd have to go to probation first in order to finish cleaning up any issues that the board had concerns with.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make the motion.
This is Justin Matthews. So I move for the Legislation and Regulatory Committee to recommend to the full board to approve the proposed amended language for CCR Section 1105.4 and authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to continue the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If the board does not receive any comments providing objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the proposed action or to the procedures followed by the board in proposing or adopting the action, then the board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any technical or non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for hearing if requested. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period and no hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations at section 1105.4 as noticed.
Is there a second?
Long second.
Thank you. Is there any Legislation and Regulatory Committee member discussion? I do have a question. This is Carmen Dones. I was wondering if there's a time limit as to when the program can reinstate. And I was just looking at the language and I didn't see that. And then at what point do they have to reapply to be a program again, if that's a thing?
So it's up to the board to determine the timeline of when the school would have probation for. Is that what you're asking for? So the board would say, for example, Taft, they were placed on 3 years probation? Okay. So the board would say 3 years probation, but the board can also say, we want to see all these items cleaned up. So we're withdrawing your approval. You have 6 months, a year, whatever you deem necessary to have them clean up the issue. And then at that time, they can come back and say, we cleaned it up. I would report back to you if they did or didn't, or whoever is in my place. I'm not leaving. And then the board would make determinations from there.
Okay.
Is that what you were looking at?
Yeah, I was just wondering if a program was on probation and didn't comply, and then we revoked their approval.
Mhm.
Do they then have the opportunity to come back years later and say, okay, we want to reinstate this program now? So I'm wondering I was just wondering if there's a time limit.
Oh, no, there's no time limit. If they, hang on, let me pull it, 1941. So Business and Professions Code is what guides this. And if they are revoked, they would have to reapply to us.
Okay.
And at that point, it would have to be de novo. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So say the board revoked, they didn't clean anything up. They decided after 2 years, they're going to clean it up. They'd have to reapply to the board.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other legislation and regulatory committee member discussion?
Yeah, I have just a quick question. Are we comfortable with the word substantial in section capital B? I'm just wondering what a substantial number of violations means. Is that more than half? Is that, I know the language is already.
You're saying little d to capital B?
Yeah, it says if the withdrawn dental hygiene education program demonstrates it has corrected a substantial number of the violations as specified within the letter of withdrawal, and is actively working, then these things shall happen. But substantial, is that something we typically use, the language? Is that?
We can use, so there's, this language can be changed right now. You have the ability to change if you don't feel that substantial fits your definition. So it would be up to the board to decide what's substantial. So say they had 10 violations, they corrected 7. Would the board consider 7 being substantial? I would think, if they corrected 2 out of 10. And you also have to take into account the egregiousness of the violations as well. So it's strictly a board decision at that point. Now, there are, where is it? Bear with me. So this is specifically the appeals process. So let me find, I have to find one thing for you. So I apologize.
This is Elizabeth Eatson Olson, the regulations.
Thank you,
counsel.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in. I'm not sure what you're looking for, but this was what we were trying to address. Because I was a little concerned about just using substantial, we wanted to limit the discretion of the board, but also because the violations are going to vary, it's hard to determine like a hard number. But as like Adina said, if substantial is not clear enough and you wanted to say 50% or, something like that, that's an option, but it does kind of limit you also.
So what I was trying to find is 1104.3. It's reviews, site visits, citations, fines, probationary status for dental hygiene educational programs. So If the board determines any DHEP is in violation of any law, regulation, or standard applicable to the DHEP, there are factors. So in 1104.3, little b3, in the issuance of any citation, fine, the following factors should be considered: nature and severity of the violation, length of time that has passed since the violation, consequences of the violation, including potential harm or actual patient harm, history of previous violations of a similar nature, evidence that the violation was willful, gravity of the violation, and to the extent to which the DHEP has remedied the deficiencies. So at that point, you have guidelines that you can determine if it's, let me look at the word, substantial. So so if the board feels that, 7 violations, let's go with 10. So if they have 10 violations and they fixed the 3 major ones that we were really concerned about, and say the other 7 were minor violations, changing lights, lights weren't changed, or, something nominal that they could work towards fixing. That could be substantial. So it's strictly the board's determination at that point.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we were comfortable with it, but I think you've made the argument that it is important for that to be as flexible as possible, at least as for the board's purview to make those determinations. I don't know if, now that you've spelled it out, I don't think I would be comfortable with actually putting a 50% or whatever on it, because it's too multifactorial, but I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Yeah, I also agree with the word substantial. Instead of putting a hard number, they will give the board a flexibility to determine things. We had to agree by the full board anyway. When we do decision, there's still a there's a protection there. So I agree with the substantial word.
Thank you. Is there any other legislation regulatory committee member discussion? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? None. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A. If any member of the public would like to make a comment, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, or you may simply raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, this is a moderator. I see no requests for comment at this time. Madam Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Nalini Lawley Tribble Agrawal, absent. Carmen Dones.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen, absent. Michael Long.
Aye.
Tridevi Panala, absent. Sherman King. Justin Matthews.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item Leg Reg 5, regulatory update, status on Dental Hygiene Board of California regulatory packages, and this is informational only. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
One second, Dr. Dones, I apologize. Here it is. Thank you, Dr. Dones. So if you will look on page 252 of your board meeting materials, actually it starts on 251, but 252 are the most current regs that are in process right now, and page 253. So 1116 and 1116.5, those, the 15-day comment period ended on the May 11th of 2024, and we were just waiting on the board approval of the responses. So those two will be filed with OAL shortly. 1105 B4, faculty to student ratio, was approved by the Office of Administrative Law on 5/29 of 2024 and is current as of July 1st of 2024. So that's been through the process and finalized. And then the last one was 1105.4, which we just discussed. The modified text was in process and needed your approval to continue the process in assembly so it can go to DCA legal at that point. Other than that, that's all that's currently in process. There are other regs that I'm researching on, taking care of, but those aren't enough far along to be brought to you yet.
Thank you. Is there any legislation and regulatory committee member discussion? Seeing none, are there any public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 5, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, or simply raise your hand. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 6, discussion and possible action on proposed statutory language amendments to Business and Profession Code Section 1915.1. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Dones. On October 8th, 2024, Governor Gavin Newsom signed into law Assembly Bill 936, allowing a dental student defined as a person who has begun clinical training at a dental school approved by the Dental Board of California to practice dentistry at a sponsored event without compensation or expectation of compensation and under the supervision of a licensed dentist with a clinical faculty appointment. At the March 23rd, 2024 full board meeting, President Doan requested for staff to research creating legislation to mimic AB 936 for dental hygiene students. This was requested to allow for increased access to necessary dental hygiene care to underserved communities in California. As a result of the research, staff recommends for the committee to review the current language to determine if this change is warranted. If the committee determines this change is warranted, staff recommends to the committee to review the language in the attached starting point document, determine whether additional information or language is required, complete the draft of the proposed statutory language, and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2025. If you will refer to pages 256 through 257, this is the statutory language created for allowing dental hygiene students to volunteer their time to the underserved communities and really get out there and help the public, which is one of our primary mandates.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make the motion.
Long. I move that the Regulation and Regulatory Committee to review the current language to determine if a change in BPC Section 1915.1 is warranted. If the committee determines this change is warranted, I move for the committee to complete the draft of proposal statutory language. Additionally, I move for the Regulation and Regulatory Committee to recommend to the full board to consider, complete, and approve the final draft of proposed statutory language for BPC Section 1915.1 and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation in 2025.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Matthews.
Thank you. Is there any legislation and regulatory committee member discussion?
I have a small comment on the background. It said October 8, 2024. That's a
Oh.
future date.
I apologize. It should be October 8th, Sorry about that.
I also have a question with regards to the ratio, and I'm just wondering if the dental students also have a ratio because we're putting a 1-to-5 on the dental hygiene students.
So this language was basically stolen from the dental board. Sorry, Tracy. And if you want to specify, usually it is a 1-to-5 ratio. So, but if you wish to specify a specific ratio, you can in this language.
I only ask because I know that some of these events could be just like sealants or, and not just clinical care or dental hygiene care. So I just worry that we're limiting the number of students who can go out and do public health services.
Well, it's at the purview of the board if they wish to do a 1 in 10. This is a community event, so this is the board.
I don't see where there's a ratio in regards to community service,
It is little d number 5.
because I didn't scroll down far enough. Oh,
So as a public member, is the concern that it's for some procedures, a 1-to-5 ratio is too conservative?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I mean, there's dental hygiene clinical care, and then there's other types of care that they do at these community events. So if we have, I think, a 1-to-5 ratio, then we're limiting the number of students who can go out with a faculty member. I know in the past we had the option of going to Care Harbor, which is a huge event in Los Angeles that provides care to underserved communities. Then they need help in every area of that event. So it was, whether it was assisting the ophthalmologist and the, other people. Doing sealants for children. I just worry that it's very limiting. And that's my concern. And I have to say, at most of these events, there are dentists there. There's other professionals there. So there's oversight.
I agree, and the number could be changed. Can we change the number? It sounds like we can.
Yes. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Change the number, yeah. Like,
It's up to
do
the
I need to
board.
make a motion to change? We're in the middle of a motion, so this is discussion.
This is discussion, so you made a motion to approve, work on the language, so there's nothing wrong with you doing that.
But I would at least change this to 10 students, if not higher. It depends on the clinical care that's being provided at these events as well. I think that could be up to the discretion of, the clinician, the faculty. I would raise that to at least 10, one faculty supervising 10 hygiene students. In addition, when I reviewed this, I think this came about because of the question of changing it from a third-year dental student to any dental student. And I do see that the definition in here of dental hygiene student is anybody who's begun clinical training at a dental hygiene program. So I don't think the language needs to be adjusted if it's a first-year dental hygiene student versus a second-year dental hygiene student. I think that it encompasses both years. But it is a great point to adjust the ratio of student to faculty.
I may point out that if it is a first level student faculty or student, I would hope the faculty who are taking the students would realize the capability of the students. My concern, and this is just with new first year dental hygiene students doing this, what is their level of knowledge to do sealants? But again, I would hope faculty would be aware of the capability of the students that they're bringing.
So just a comment. So I just want to point out that we are considering changing a student to faculty ratio in a setting where care is being given in an educational setting. No?
Community event.
But these are students supervised by their faculty at the community event, providing care. And we have established that there should be a certain ratio of students to faculty in educational programs. And we are considering deviating from that set ratio that is currently in the tail end of being, you just reviewed it in the previous section, of being finalized. And here we are considering modifying it in a community event situation. For what reason? For providing greater access. That's the reason. Okay.
So one thing that might help is when a dental hygiene student is being taught dental hygiene, okay, they start out with the basics and progress, okay. In dental hygiene clinics, they do scaling and root planings, which are and use local anesthesia and nitrous oxide oxygen analgesia. This is not usually at the community events. The community events are usually, helping with sealants, doing mouth mirror, fluoride varnish, mouth mirror examination of, possible issues that these, I hate to say patients, but these attendees would be then sent to a dental school or, given a note to their parents, they have to go to see the dentist, or brushing techniques. Okay, so it's not the usual greater, it's not the more intense dental hygiene treatment. Okay, however, again, with something like sealants, it's still technique sensitive, and earlier dental hygiene students might not have the same grasp as later dental hygiene students. So it's one of those things. But again, if the faculty member knows who they're bringing, and as a faculty member, okay, I taught dental hygiene for 20-something years, 25 years, I think. I would know that for, say, sealants, I would bring my second year students. I wouldn't bring the first year. The first year I'd bring for toothbrushing demonstrations. Okay, so again, the faculty are quite aware of what they should bring to, of the students that they should bring to these events. But again, this is the board, so.
At a lot of the community events, we do something called a toothbrush prophy on little ones because they're usually full of plaque debris. And that consists of taking a toothbrush and going into their mouth and basically just brushing their teeth. We don't allow any of our students in community events to go into anybody's mouth at any time. It's all educational unless there's faculty there. So if the faculty ratio went up, we could allow hygiene students, even first years, to do a toothbrush prophy on multiple students versus full-on comprehensive dental hygiene care, anesthesia, all that. It typically doesn't happen. It can happen at some of these events that Dr. Doan's talked about, but it's not as common. It's more educational. But we don't allow them to go in the mouth and do anything unless they're supervised. So I feel it could be, I feel that could be raised and allow them this non-invasive type of procedure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional committee member discussion? Seeing none? Is there any? Go ahead.
Did you want to adjust the ratio at this point?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
So 1 in 10.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we need to? Okay. Who called the first motion? Was it? It was,
I did.
yes, Michael. Would the maker of the motion like to modify the motion? Oh, let's see if it is.
Bear with me. Okay, we're not.
Would it, because it's more of a blanket statement. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Completing the draft of the proposed statutory language, so still fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Is there any in-person public comment?
Joanne Galliano, and a previous program director and has participated in a million of these events. I think what I understand what Carmen's saying, I think the issue that is come up here is if they're doing clinical procedures, scaling and root planning, because we did scaling and root planning, we did local anesthesia, we did do clinical procedures that I think do require 1:5 ratio. However, we also did procedures like toothbrush prophies and things like that, where it doesn't require that level of supervision. And we don't even have that level of supervision in clinic, in a program. So I'm, I think that the problem here is the distinction not being made as to what they're supervising. I think there's a lot of things that a hygienist could be doing there in the program and to help in the program that's not clinical in nature and shouldn't even require, it could be 20, it could be 30 of them, they could take the whole class. They're just doing oral health education. So you might want to break it out and say that if it's a clinical, they're doing clinical treatment, use the word treatment, or a clinical procedure that involves general supervision requirements or something, that they would have to have the 1:5 ratio. But if they were doing educational procedures, then there would not be a requirement. Make it specific. If you're going to do clinical, if I'm doing scaling root planning, I'm doing or prophylaxis, I'm doing something that in clinic, I require a 1:5 ratio, we should require that in the community setting as well. But for all these other things that we don't require supervision for in our
15
program,
seconds.
we don't need it.
Thank you.
Try and walk fast. Hi, Tukaso Kai from California Dental Association. I agree that for item little d5, that the supervision of a faculty member needs to be a little bit more clear about what they're supervising. Second, what was just said, I'm not going to repeat it, but I second, same idea.
Thank you. Perhaps in 5, we could say supervision. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So in lowercase d6, the dental hygiene student shall perform only those procedures authorized by subdivision A of 1908, A and B of 1910, A of 1911, and 1911.5 under direct supervision of their assigned clinical supervising faculty. The and then in number 7, dental hygiene student is prohibited from performing any procedures authorized by 1907, subdivision B of 1908, section 1909, subdivision C and D of 1910 and 1910.5. So we are specifically indicating the procedures indicated by, so let me bring up those specific sections of law for you. So the first one is 1908A, which is practice of dental hygiene includes dental hygiene assessment, developing, planning, and implementation of a dental hygiene care plan. It also includes oral health education, counseling, and health screenings. So basically, oral health education, counseling, and health screenings. A and B of 1910 is preventative and therapeutic interventions, including oral prophylaxis, scaling and root planing, application of topical therapeutic and subgingival agents for the control of caries and periodontal disease. So if you're going to limit anything, you might want, or, if scaling and root planing is a concern, you might want to omit that or specifically state what you want to do. Section A of 1911 is registered dental hygienists may provide without supervision educational services, oral health training programs, and oral health screenings. So, you could limit it to educational services, oral health training programs, oral health screening. So you can maybe keep 1911 if this is what you're saying, A of 1911. And I'm just working through this, so please bear with me. 1911.5 is fluoride. And then it seems like the concern is subdivision A and B of 1910. Actually, more 1910A. 1908 is basically education, counseling, health screenings. Does that help?
So then we might propose leaving 1910A at a 1-to-5 ratio, like the educational programs, and the rest at a 1-to-10 ratio.
Oh, sorry. I think maybe no ratio for the others because it's just, yeah, it's very minimal. It's not invasive.
Okay.
And I think that was what
Okay,
was
great, yeah.
proposed. But the 1-to-5 for the
Okay.
clinical.
So what I'm hearing is supervision ratios and dental hygiene student oversights shall be at a minimum 1-to-5, overseeing 1910A, and then the other ones, no ratio?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so no 1-to-10. Okay, so what I can do is fix this language and then bring it to you tomorrow for the full board. Is that so? All right, she'll be at a minimum 1-to-5 performing. Okay, so number 5 will read supervision ratios and dental hygiene student oversight shall be at a minimum of 1-to-5 dental hygiene students for procedures authorized by subdivision A of 1910. And then oh, So then the other issue would be how you want dental hygiene student shall perform only those this might take a bit of working. I can try, would tomorrow be okay?
Mhm.
Okay,
I think so.
all right.
So then do we table this until tomorrow? Can we table this until tomorrow's board meeting? Okay.
So how would the board, so by tabling it, would you have to bring back the committee first or just bring the amended language? I'm sorry? Okay, so you'd have to bring the committee back. Is that what you wanted to do?
Could we vote on it with,
If you could give me a little bit of time, I mean, I could finish this today,
okay,
I think.
okay. We'll come back to it.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna turn this vote down. Okay. So then we don't vote on this now. Okay. Are there any other in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to speak, please either raise your hand or type comment in the Q&A panel. No need to do both, one or the other. We are displaying instructions, and I did see we had a Heather Lawler is requesting comments. So Heather, you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go. Heather, you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I was just going to add it kind of took a number of people aback when we were at the ADIA directors meeting in June in Washington, D.C. And they said that we are supposed to be submitting a report for any like community projects that are mandatory as minor sites. So I think that would automatically then invoke ratios from CODA on that. So I just want to put that out there because a lot of people don't know.
Thank you for your comment.
All right, I see no further requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you.
I think I have it.
Okay,
So it just took me a few seconds. So what I would do is I would renumber, I would basically flip 5 and 6. So 5 would be number 6. The dental hygiene student shall perform only those procedures authorized by subdivision A of 1908, subdivision B of 1910, subdivision A of 1911, and 1911.5 under direct supervision of their assigned clinical supervising faculty. Then 6 would read, for procedures authorized by subdivision A of 1910, supervision ratio shall be a minimum of 1 clinical supervising faculty member to 5 dental hygiene students. So 11 would not have a faculty to student ratio. It just says they can perform those procedures under direct supervision of their assigned clinical faculty. And then 6 would be for procedures authorized by A of 1910, supervision ratios will do the 1 to 5. How is that? Okay. I'm trying here, people.
So do you accept the modified? Okay. Do I need to call for public comment again? Is there any additional in-person public comment with the modified language? Seeing none, DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment on the modified language?
Thank you. The Q&A panel is open. If any member of the public would like to comment, please type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, or simply raise your hand. We are still displaying instructions, and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal, and I will now call the roll. Nalini Lawley Tribble Agarwal, absent. Carmen Dones,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen, absent. Michael Long, Sridevi Panala, absent. Sherman King, Justin Matthews.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 8, future agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendations or comments for any future legislation and regulation committee agenda items? Oh, am I on the wrong one?
Ledge Red 7.
Oh, sorry. We now move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 7, bills of interest and legislative calendar. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Dr. Dones. So if you'll refer to page 259, it begins the report on the current legislation. The recommendations are currently in there. However, after this went to print, there were a few changes, so I'm going to highlight those changes. So first of all, AB 1891, it's in the appropriation suspense file. We sent a support letter, but it's under suspense right now, so there's no motion on that. AB 1991, licensee and registrant records. This is a new bill, and it would require a Healing Arts Board to require a licensee or registrant who electronically renews their license or registration to provide to that board the licensee's or registrant's individual national provider identifier if they have one. So it's new, but again, things change all the time. So we're just recommending a watch position on that one. AB 2242, dental assistants. Right now, there was a hearing that was at, it was supposed to be 4/4 of 24. The hearing was canceled at the request of the author. So that's the last I know of what's going on with that. So we're going to maintain a watch position. AB 2269, board member qualifications, public members, that is dead. That bill died. AB 2510, dental care for people with developmental disabilities. It was placed in the suspense file and is dead for 2024. This was a new item, and so we're recommending watch for 2025. The next one is 2701, Medi-Cal dental cleanings and examinations. Unfortunately, that is in the Senate suspense file. We had supported it, but again, it's suspended. AB 2862, licensees, African-American applicants. That bill has died since the last we were updated. AB 2920, dentistry dental schools. On 4/19/24, the hearing was canceled at the request of the author, so currently it's just a watch position to maintain. AB 3127, reporting of crimes, mandated reporters. That again is in the suspense file. We had a watch position, so we will continue to watch that one. AB 3175, healthcare coverage dental services. We had a watch position on it. The last that any movement was February 16th of 24. So there have been no changes there. SB 1067, Healing Arts, expedited licensure process for medically underserved areas or population. Currently, it's under the Assembly Appropriations Consent Calendar, so 7/2 of 24, so we're continuing to watch that one. SB 1369, dental providers fee-based payments. That is of June 13th, 2024, under the Assembly Appropriations file. So we will continue to watch that one. SB 1385 was gutted and amended. It's now Medi-Cal supervising providers. It no longer affects the board, so we're no longer watching it. We're deleting that from our watch list. SB 1451, professions and vocations. The last it was cited was on June 25th, 2024. It's in the Assembly Appropriations. We sent a support letter on May 20th of 2024. SB 1453, dentistry board meetings. That is of July 3rd, 2024 in the Assembly Appropriations file, and we're just currently watching it. And at the very end, there are upcoming legislative calendar highlights. And then on page 266, there's the full calendar in case you're interested on the different processes for legislation. Any questions?
Is there a motion? I'm sorry, is there a motion? Please identify yourself and then make the motion.
Long, I move for the Regulation and Regulatory Committee to recommend to the full board to maintain, approve the proposed positions as follows. I do have a question.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Sherman King, I second it.
Thank you. Is there any legislation and regulatory committee member discussion?
Yes. So I'm going to need some help with this, but hear me out. I'm going to need some help with this. The under SB 1453, I see that there's recommendation to remove the dental hygienist from that board, the Dental Board of California. And so it seems like there still should be some either representation on the dental board of a dental hygienist, considering that there are regulations that require them to approve scope of practice issues. And if they choose to remove the dental hygienist off the board, maybe we should have this adjusted to where our scope of practice doesn't have to be confirmed by the dental board. Can you shed any light on, like, do you know what I'm talking about? Like, it seems like we have to get approval for a scope of practice change, but then there's no hygiene representation on the dental board. That's what they want. So maybe we can like oppose this and write a letter to like request, like, can they add, can we have this removed? Like, if we are to watch or approve this or support this bill, I would want to see some language in there that says that we don't have to run our scope of practice through the dental board. So I guess I'm saying I would like our board to oppose this unless it's amended. Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Is there any additional committee member discussion?
Michael, could you point to the part where you're saying it's talking about removing that representative?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to find it.
I would have to, I don't think it's on our materials.
Oh, okay.
It was provided at the last board meeting.
Okay.
So I could.
I don't,
Okay, they're waiting, waiting to say something, so it's totally fine. Thank you.
Okay, is there any in-person public comments?
Start by giving feedback. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. Tracy Montez, I'm the Executive Officer of the Dental Board of California. And let me give you some context there. So our board, as you know, oversees dentists and dental auxiliaries, primarily our registered dental assistants, and we license more registered dental assistants than dentists. And our stakeholders have been asking the board to consider an additional position for an RDA on the board for quite some time. And so as a compromise, the board did accept action to take the RDH, registered dental hygienist, and convert it to an RDA. As I explained to our board very respectfully, we are not going to add another board member because we have 15. And of course, we wanted to make sure we kept our public members. And so they looked at the dentist versus the RDH, and they chose that path. And part of the discussion was that we don't address RDH issues. I mean, it just doesn't come up at the board meeting. Historically, what we do is we sort of work behind the scenes with your executive officer and with Dr. Petty and so forth on various issues. So we keep that relationship going. And as far as scope goes, the legislature does determine your scope. So the board doesn't even initiate scope changes for either our professions or your professions. And just as you here are considering whether to oppose or support or watch a bill, it would be the same thing if we had a scope change through the legislation.
15 seconds.
You would look at it as well as we would look at if there was a scope change. So having said that, we have sort of unofficially indicated to Senator Ashby that we are fine with taking away the board's role. Now, again, I say that unofficially because our board hasn't taken action, but we are working behind the scenes with Senator Ashby on our sunset
2
bill,
minutes.
which is AB 1453, and we would hope that you would support it because it is a wonderful 80-page bill with all kinds of great improvements to regulation and access to care. Thank you.
So what you're saying is, Senator Ashby, are you saying you'll have 1905-8, excuse me, 1905 little a8 removed?
No, 1905.2.
No, 1905A.
1905.2.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 1952?
1905.2.
1905.
That's what requires this to.
Okay, 1905 too. So you're saying that Senator Ashby is removing 1905.2?
I do not know what she is doing, and we as the board have not officially approached her. We know that that came up in the assembly hearing of our bill most recently, and that was something put forward as consideration. And so unofficially, we have expressed that it is likely the board would support removing that because you are your own board. You regulate hygienists. We should be doing it in some places and not other places. So as we're cleaning up our regulations, we're removing hygienists. And so that would make sense. Again, I can't use the word officially because our board hasn't met and taken an action. Although certainly if this comes up in our bill, which will be heard probably in the next couple of weeks by appropriations, if your board or your stakeholders introduce that, then that's certainly our executive committee would then probably weigh in at that point. Thank you.
Joanne Galliano, wearing a different hat. I'm representing CDHA because they're not here. What's happened is the bill was officially amended, and the language is in the new bill that would remove the dental hygienist member from the dental board. In conversations, CDHA has been in conversation with the author and with the committee, and has taken a position of oppose unless amended to remove section 1905.2 from the actual Practice Act. So that would have to be an additional amendment. They're at recess now. They're on recess. So what CDHA would like to see is, we would like to see the board take an oppose unless amended position that would basically, and write a letter to the author during this period when they're on break, to express express that as far as CDHA is concerned, as long as 1905.2 is removed, then we're in support of the bill. We're in support of the hygienists being no longer on the board because they no longer would be needed on the dental board. However, if that amendment is not taken and 1905.2 remains in, and we're still having to go to the dental board for issues on scope, we do need to have representation. So again, the request from CDHA is that this board would take an opposed unless amended position to help us to support the author. The author has indicated, and the committee's indicated, they are willing to take that amendment. I don't believe it till I see it in print. So it's not in print yet. So that would be the recommendation from CDHA. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, just for clarification for me. I said scope of practice. You said legislators take care of, that's legislation. You say scope of practice issues. Can you just help me understand the difference? Like what issues?
Yes. Basically, what the current language requires is that if this board decides that we want to increase dental hygiene scope of practice, we want to add a new duty, for example, what we would have to do is we go through the process here, vote on it, decide whether we're going to do it or not. You say yes. Okay, we decide we want to, I don't even want to say this, could be so controversial, extract teeth, primary teeth. And the board here supports that and says, okay, we want to add that to our scope of practice. You could agree, the board could vote on it and say, okay, let's go forward with that. Before going to legislation, at the way that it reads now, before going to legislation, we would have to submit that recommendation to the dental board. The dental board would have to review that that scope of practice change, make recommendations for or against, they have a certain comment period. They would make that comment, then they would come back to us and say, they agree or disagree, this is why. We still would have to go to the legislature for that scope change, but what it does, it takes out, basically there's a step involved that is going to prolong the process, whereas the dental board still could weigh in. If we make a scope of practice change without that language, they still have the opportunity to weigh in when it's in legislation. Anyone has the opportunity to weigh in when it's in legislation. So it's just not a matter of having to go back and get approval or get their input prior to doing it. And I think for us, we have a dentist who is on our board. And so I feel like we are getting dental input already on any scope of practice change that would come up. We have a dentist who's going to have the ability to weigh in on whether they feel it's in the best interest of the public to do that.
Okay, thank you.
If I may point a clarification, typically it's the legislators that will initiate a scope of practice. That's very important for them. Your stakeholder groups, though, may initiate a scope of practice, and that's when they will go seek an author to carry that bill. Or during sunset, you typically may have an opportunity to change your scope. But again, it's usually the legislators that initiate a law change. And then you will then promulgate regulations to carry out the law. And that's where the board has more flexibility. So I just want to be careful about that because they do get a little concerned if boards start trying to expand their scopes. They'll usually come back and say, no, unless it's like a consumer protection issue, that sort of thing. So like a stakeholder group would come and say, we've sponsored this bill to add extracting teeth, that sort of thing. Then the board would take a position and go from there.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A. If any member of the public would like to comment, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. I do see we have a hand up from Susan McLaren. And Susan, you should be able to unmute yourself. There you go.
But I am here and oh dear. What is that? I'm sorry, I'm getting tremendous echo. Can you hear me?
Susan, I see that you're logged in twice, and that is causing the echo.
Okay, I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
On my screen. Can you log me out?
If I kick you out, you won't be able to come back in. So you need to just log off yourself and then log back in.
Okay. I apologize, but CDHA feels that 1905.2 is a remnant of the old board action and would like it removed.
All right, this is the moderator. I see no further requests for public comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I will now ask Crystal to call roll. Oh, yes.
Before that, I just want to be clear that I would like to change that to opposed unless amended.
Okay.
Before we vote. SB 1453 from watch to opposed unless amended. My change to this. Correct. That would be 2269 and 2862. We would remove those.
So you're under a watch position, he wants to change. Oh, SB 1453 to oppose unless amended. So you're probably gonna have to.
With Sherman.
That, but then the one that were opposed. Much. I'll second the motion, so for other thing to discuss. I don't second it.
Yeah, we're gonna vote.
Yeah.
You could always.
Yeah, we just, yeah, I'll second the motion so that we can discuss this motion.
Okay, is there any committee member discussion on the amended motion? Seeing none, is there any in-person public comment on the amended motion? Seeing none, is there any WebEx comments on the amended motion? DCA moderator, would you please open the WebEx for questions?
Thank you. So if any member of the public would like to comment, you may either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions, and I see we have Susan McLaren back, and she's only logged in once this time. So hopefully, Susan, when you unmute, hopefully you'll have no echo. All right, you're unmuted.
But CDHA would be in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Can you please clarify they would be in favor of the amended motion?
Yes, the amended motion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right, I see no further requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Yuyama, and I will now call the roll. Naleni Lali Tribble Agarwal, absent. Carmen Dones,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen, absent. Michael Long, Shadevi Panala, absent. Sherman King, Justin Matthews.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item Ledreg 8, future agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendations or comments for future legislation and regulation committee agenda items? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments for future agenda items? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on future agenda items, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. And thank you all for attending the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting. We will now adjourn at 2:25 p.m. I would like to recall the full board meeting to order. The time is 2:25 p.m. and I would ask board staff Crystal Yuyama to please call the roll.
This is Crystal Yuyama, and I will now call the roll. Carmen Dones,
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen, absent. Sherman King, Michael Long,
Present.
Justin Matthews,
Present.
Shadevi Panala, absent. Naleni Lali Tribble Agarwal, absent. A quorum has been established.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 9, future agenda. Oh, we don't?
Sorry, a quorum has not been established. Because we do not have a full complement of board members, a simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Thank you, Crystal. We will now move on to agenda item 9, future agenda items. Are there any board member comments?
And this is Board Councilor Yuping Lin. Again, because we don't have a quorum, unfortunately, there won't not be full board discussion, but we can take public comments if anybody has public comments for this portion.
Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the Q&A feature for public comment?
Thank you. I've opened up the Q&A panel. If any member of the public would like to comment on future agenda items, please either raise your hand or type comment using the field in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. And now thank you all for attending. The meeting is now adjourned at 2:28 p.m.